Siberia, the coldest place on Earth. Cold is not simply temperature, it's a force, a fact that shapes everything it touches. And nowhere on Earth inhabited by humans is colder than Siberia's far northeast. A region where winter temperatures drop below 60 degrees Celsius, where metal becomes brittle, rubber shatters, breath freezes instantly into ice crystals that fall to the ground with a sound locals call the whispering of the stars. This is not the Arctic. This is not Antarctica. This is land at roughly the same latitude as Scotland, but locked in a continental deep freeze that makes the poles seem temperate. The town of Oymyakon holds the record for the coldest, permanently inhabited place on Earth. 67.7 degrees Celsius, measured in 1933. Though locals claim it's been colder since. At those temperatures, the world operates by different rules. Water thrown into the air freezes before it hits the ground. Cars must be kept running continuously, or their engines will never start again. Eyelashes freeze together when you blink. 13 million square kilometers of forest, tundra and mountain stretched across northern Asia. Siberia is not one landscape but many, united by a single characteristic: extreme cold that dominates life for 8 months of every year. The people who live here, Russians, Sakha, Evenks, Evens, dozens of other groups, have adapted in ways that seem impossible to outsiders. They've built cities on permafrost, created a vocabulary for cold that includes 40 different words because a single word is insufficient. This is Siberia at its most extreme. Not the resource colony, not the political borderland, but the place itself. Raw, hostile, beautiful in the way that dangerous things are beautiful. This is cold that kills if you're unprepared. Cold that tests the limits of a human endurance. Cold that has shaped a culture uniquely suited to survive it. This is the coldest place on Earth where people choose, or are forced, to live. Oymyakon, the pole of cold. 500 kilometers south of the Arctic Circle, in the Sakha Republic's interior, lies Oymyakon. Population 500. Elevation 740 meters. The coldest permanently inhabited settlement on Earth. The name comes from the Sakha word for unfrozen water, referring to a nearby hot spring where reindeer herders once gathered. The irony is absolute. The village exists in a valley where cold air settles and stagnates, creating temperatures that defy comprehension. In January, the average is -50 degrees Celsius. The sun rises around 10 a.m. and sets by 3 p.m., barely climbing above the horizon. At night, with clear skies, temperatures can drop to -65 degrees Celsius or lower. This is cold that hurts to breathe, that makes your lungs ache with every inhalation, that turns exposed skin white with frostbite in less than a minute. Life here requires constant adaptation. Buildings are raised on stilts because body heat would melt the permafrost beneath and cause structural collapse. Water pipes are either above ground in insulated casings or don't exist. Many residents still collect water from the river in buckets. Outhouses are standard because indoor plumbing is nearly impossible to maintain. The ground is frozen solid to a depth of 1,500 meters, deeper than most mountains are tall. Cars are the most visible challenge. Engines must run 24 hours a day in winter because if they stop, they won't restart without hours of warming with blowtorches and hot water. Gas stations keep pumps indoors. Tires develop flat spots from sitting on frozen ground. Batteries die in minutes if removed from a running vehicle. Locals joke that cars here are never turned off, only inherited. Yet people live here by choice. The Saka have inhabited this region for centuries, developing breeds of horses and cattle that survive outdoors year-round. Small, shaggy animals with metabolisms adapted to extract maximum energy from minimal food. These horses dig through snow to reach frozen grass, can survive without shelter, and provide transportation, meat and milk. They're as essential to life here as the permafrost itself. The Soviet era brought infrastructure, a school, a clinic, apartments with central heating, but also exploitation. Oymyakon was a stopover on the Road of Bones, the Gulag highway where prisoners froze to death by the thousands. The village provided supplies to labor camps, profited from their operation, watched convoys of doomed men pass through on their way to Kolyma's gold mines. That history sits uneasily alongside the town's tourism efforts. Visitors come now to experience the coldest place, take photos beside the temperature monument, spend a night and leave as quickly as possible. The residents are pragmatic about their home's reputation. Yes, it's unbearably cold. Yes, life is hard. But it's also quiet, familiar, theirs. Young people leave for Yakutsk or Moscow when they can. But some stay, and a few even return. There's pride in enduring what others can't, in maintaining life where life shouldn't be possible. The cold defines them. Without it, Oymyakon would be just another forgotten village. With it, they're legendary. Verkhoyansk, the other pole. 1,200 kilometers north of Oymyakon. Verkhoyansk disputes the title of coldest inhabited place. Its recorded minimum is 67.8 degrees Celsius, measured in 1892. Technically colder than Oymyakon's record, though the measurement methods were different and the rivalry remains unresolved. What's certain is this: both places are cold enough that the difference is academic. At 65 degrees Celsius or 68 degrees Celsius, you die the same way. Verkhoyansk, population 1,200, sits on the Yana River in a landscape of taiga forest and permafrost. Founded in 1638 as a Cossack outpost, it became a place of exile. Political prisoners were sent here throughout the Tsarist and Soviet eras, condemned to a cold that was itself a form of punishment. The town's museum preserves letters and photographs from exiles who survived or didn't. The temperature range is what makes Verkhoyansk truly extreme. Summer temperatures can reach 37 degrees Celsius, a swing of over 100 degrees from winter lows. This is the most extreme temperature range on Earth for a permanently inhabited place. The seasons don't transition gradually. They arrive suddenly and absolutely. Spring is 2 weeks long. Autumn is shorter. You're either in deep cold or brief, intense warmth, nothing in between. Trees grow at odd angles because their roots can't penetrate far, causing drunken forest, where trunks tilt in every direction. Lakes freeze solid to the bottom. Rivers carry ice flows even in summer. The landscape itself seems uncertain, as if the Earth can't decide whether it's capable of supporting life. The indigenous Evens and Saka people adapted to this through nomadism, following reindeer and game across vast territories, never staying long enough in one place for the cold to trap them. The Russian colonizers who built permanent settlements imposed a different logic. Stay put, endure, survive through technology and infrastructure. It works, barely. The town has electricity, heating, a school, a small airport, but it's always precarious. Always dependent on systems that can fail catastrophically when temperatures drop. Climate change is visible here in ways that terrify locals. Permafrost thaw undermines buildings. Warmer summers mean forest fires that were once rare. Ice roads that connected remote communities now form later and melt earlier, shortening the season when transportation is possible. For a place defined entirely by cold, warming is an existential threat, not because minus 50 degrees Celsius winters are pleasant, but because the infrastructure, the culture, the entire way of life is calibrated to extreme cold. Moderate cold is actually more dangerous because nothing is designed for it. Verkhoyansk endures because it always has. The people here don't romanticize their home. They're clear-eyed about its hardships, but they also understand something that outsiders don't. Cold is honest. It doesn't pretend, doesn't deceive. If you're prepared, you survive. If you're not, you die. There's clarity in that. A kind of brutal fairness that makes more sense than the complicated injustices of warmer, wealthier places. Yakutsk, the frozen capital. Yakutsk, population 300,000, is the coldest major city in the world, and the largest city built entirely on permafrost. Every building, every road, every pipe and power line must account for frozen ground that never thaws, not even a meter below the surface. The city sits on stilts. a forest of concrete pillars sunk deep into ice that's been solid for millennia. Winter here is minus 40 degrees Celsius on average, with frequent drops to minus 50 degrees Celsius. The city fills with ice fog, suspended moisture that freezes in the air, reducing visibility to meters, coating everything in frost. At those temperatures, the world becomes alien. Exhaust from cars freezes instantly into ice clouds. Moisture in breath crystallizes and falls as tiny ice particles. People wrap their faces completely, leaving only eyes exposed, moving quickly from building to building because staying outside for more than a few minutes becomes dangerous. The architecture is purely functional. Massive apartment blocks painted in bright colors to combat the psychological weight of 8-month winters. Heating pipes run above ground in insulated casings, steam rising from them even at minus 45 degrees Celsius. The permafrost means underground utilities are impossible. Everything must be accessible for constant repair. When pipes freeze, as they inevitably do, residents lose heat and water until crews can thaw and fix them. Work that requires blowtorches and patience measured in days. Yet Yakutsk functions. It has theaters, universities, museums, a surprisingly vibrant cultural life. The Saka people maintain their language here more successfully than in rural areas. Paradoxically, the city provides resources for education, publishing, cultural preservation that smaller communities lack. There are Saka language newspapers, radio stations, schools where children learn their indigenous tongue alongside Russian. The underground is what makes Yakutsk truly strange. Permafrost tunnels, a research facility and tourist attraction, descend into frozen ground that's been solid for hundreds of thousands of years. The ice contains preserved remains of woolly mammoths, ancient horses, bison that went extinct millennia ago. It's a time capsule holding DNA and tissue that scientists study to understand Ice Age ecosystems. The tunnels stay at minus 10 degrees Celsius year-round without refrigeration because the ground simply never warms. The economy runs on diamonds, gold, and oil extracted from the broader Yakutia region. Alrosa, the Russian diamond monopoly, is headquartered here. The wealth this generates is visible in Yakutsk downtown. New buildings, expensive cars, restaurants and shops that would seem normal in Moscow, but feel surreal in a city where winter is 8 months long and minus 50 degrees Celsius is routine. The contradiction is stark. Immense natural wealth extracted from hostile conditions, with most profits flowing elsewhere. The Saka people, whose ancestors survived here for centuries without modern technology, now watch as their land makes others rich while they struggle with crumbling infrastructure and declining health outcomes. Life expectancy in Yakutia is 5 years below the Russian average. Alcoholism, tuberculosis, and suicide rates are all significantly higher. Yakutsk endures because it must. Too many people live here now to relocate. Too much infrastructure has been built at enormous cost to abandon. The city is trapped by its own existence, committed to maintaining life in a place that resists habitation at every turn. The cold is relentless, patient, waiting for the moment when heating fails, when supplies don't arrive, when the systems that keep 300,000 people alive break down. It hasn't happened yet, but the cold is always there, testing, probing, reminding everyone that this city exists by permission of forces it can never fully control. Norilsk, cold and poison. If Yakutsk is the coldest major city, Norilsk is the coldest industrial city and the most polluted. Built 300 kilometers north of the Arctic Circle by Gulag prisoners in the 1930s, it exists solely to extract nickel, copper, palladium, and platinum from some of the richest ore deposits on Earth. Population 175,000, all of them here because the wages are double or triple what they could earn elsewhere. Compensation for living in a place that tries to kill you in multiple ways simultaneously. Winter temperatures reach minus 55 degrees Celsius. The sun disappears for 2 months. Winds from the Arctic reach 140 km per hour, creating wind chills that make exposed skin freeze in seconds. But the cold is almost secondary to the pollution. The smelters release 2 million tons of sulfur dioxide annually, more than the entire country of France. The air burns your lungs. The snow is black from particulate matter. Nothing grows within 50 kilometers. The city was built by prisoners who died by the tens of thousands, worked to death, frozen to death, killed in accidents that were never properly recorded. They're buried in mass graves outside town, unmarked, forgotten, except by a few small memorials that the city reluctantly maintains. Norilsk's entire existence is a monument to Soviet brutality, to the belief that human life was expendable if it advanced industrial production. Today, Norilsk Nickel, one of Russia's largest companies, controls everything. The apartments, the stores, the hospitals, the schools. It's a company town in the most literal sense. Residents work for the company or service those who do. There's no other economy, no other reason to be here. The company pays well because it has to. No one would stay otherwise. The contradiction is constant. Norilsk produces metals essential for modern technology. Your phone, your computer, electric vehicles all contain materials mined here. The global green energy transition depends on metals extracted under conditions that are about as far from green as possible. The workers know this, shrug at the irony. They're paid to extract, not to philosophize about supply chains and environmental costs. Life expectancy here is 10 years below the Russian average. Respiratory diseases are epidemic. Cancer rates are elevated. Children are encouraged to leave as soon as they're able. Yet people stay. Some because they were born here and know nothing else. some because they're accumulating money for retirement elsewhere, some because they've simply given up on the idea that life can be different. The cold compounds everything. In a warmer climate, pollution disperses. Here, it settles and concentrates, trapped by temperature inversions that pin it to the ground for days. The combination of -50 degrees Celsius and toxic air creates conditions that would be illegal in any country that enforced environmental or labor laws. Russia does not. Norilsk endures because the metals are too valuable to leave in the ground. The modern global economy keeps it running, buys its output, ignores the human and environmental cost. And the cold preserves everything: the pollution in the soil, the bodies in the permafrost, the evidence of what humans will do to each other when metal is more valuable than life. Tiksi, the Arctic port on the shore of the Laptov Sea. 800 kilometers north of the Arctic Circle. Tiksi clings to existence at the edge of the frozen ocean. Population 4,500, down from 12,000 in Soviet times. This was a strategic military port, a base for Arctic operations, a refueling station for ships attempting the Northern Sea route. When the Soviet Union collapsed, so did Tiksi's purpose. Winter here lasts 9 months. The sun disappears for 3 months straight. Polar night that begins in November and doesn't end until February. Average January temperature is -35 degrees Celsius. But wind from the Arctic pushes it far lower. The sea freezes solid, ice extending kilometers from shore, creating a landscape that's neither land nor water, but something in between. A white void that stretches to the horizon. The town itself is decaying visibly. Apartment blocks stand half empty, windows broken, heating systems failing. The Soviet infrastructure was never meant to last. It was built quickly, cheaply, with the assumption that maintenance would be continuous. But maintenance stopped in the 1990s. Now buildings collapse slowly, claimed by permafrost thaw and structural failure. Entire neighborhoods have been abandoned, their residents relocated to less damaged sections, or evacuated to mainland Russia entirely. The people who remain are mostly indigenous. Evenks and Saka, who've lived in this region longer than Russia has existed. They fish through the ice, hunt seal and walrus when they can, supplement with government rations that arrive irregularly by air. In summer, when the ice breaks, supply ships reach Tiksi, bringing food, fuel, building materials. If the ships don't come, the winter becomes dangerous. The Arctic Research Station still operates, studying climate change, monitoring sea ice extent, measuring temperatures and recording data that confirms what locals already know. The Arctic is warming twice as fast as the rest of the planet. Sea ice forms later each year, breaks up earlier. The permafrost beneath Tiksi is thawing, undermining foundations, causing buildings to tilt and crack. The town is sinking slowly into ground that's been frozen for millennia. There's talk of reviving the Northern Sea route. Global warming making Arctic shipping viable for more months each year. If that happens, Tiksi might regain strategic importance, might see investment and population return, or it might not. The town exists in limbo, waiting to see if warming will save it, or finish the collapse that started when the Cold War ended. The residents don't speak of hope or despair. They speak of endurance, of making it through another winter, of small victories like functioning heat or fresh fish. This far north, survival is its own achievement. Everything else is secondary. Zhigansk, the river town. On the Lena River, 500 kilometers north of Yakutsk, Zhigansk sits in isolation that's geographic and temporal. A town that feels decades behind the already remote capital. Population 3,500. Accessible only by air year-round or by river barge in summer or ice road in winter. When the river is freezing or thawing, several weeks in spring and fall. Zhigansk is completely cut off. This is traditional Sakha and Evenk territory. Reindeer herding and fishing sustained communities here for centuries before Russian colonization. The town itself was founded in 1632 as a Cossack outpost, making it one of the oldest Russian settlements in the region. But settlement is generous. For most of its history, Zhigansk was a few buildings where trappers and traders gathered. Not a permanent town. Soviet development brought schools, clinics, apartments. The collective farm system organized reindeer herding into state-controlled operations. Indigenous children were sent to boarding schools where speaking Sakha or Evenk was punished. The culture survived, but damaged, fragmented, passed down in secret or not at all. Now the schools teach indigenous languages again, but many grandparents never learned to read in their own tongue, creating a gap where traditional knowledge should flow. Winter here is minus 45 degrees Celsius average, with frequent drops below minus 55 degrees Celsius. The river freezes over 2 meters thick, becoming the winter highway. Trucks drive across carrying supplies, fuel, construction materials. But the ice road season is shortening. 20 years ago, it was reliable from October to April. Now it's December to March, and even then, warm spells create dangerous conditions. Once, the cold was the enemy. Now its weakening is almost worse. The permafrost here is particularly unstable, ice-rich ground that turns to soup when it thaws. Buildings sink at visible rates, requiring constant jacking up and re-leveling. The cemetery has become grotesque, coffins emerging from thawing ground, tilting at angles, some fully exposed. The bodies don't decay, permafrost preserves them, but they can't stay buried either. It's a literal rising of the dead, an unintended consequence of warming that horrifies locals. Young people leave as soon as they're able. There are no jobs beyond subsistence hunting and fishing. No prospects. No future that doesn't look exactly like the present. The population is aging, declining, approaching the point where the town becomes unviable. Schools may close for lack of students. The clinic struggles to keep doctors. Few want to work in a place this isolated, this cold, this lacking in basic infrastructure. Gigansk endures because a few hundred people refuse to leave. Because this is home despite everything. Because somewhere has to be the last place people abandon. But the endurance feels temporary, provisional. The cold defined life here for centuries. Now the cold is weakening, and with it, the entire basis for existence is coming undone. Magadan, the gateway to Kolyma. On the sea of Okhotsk's northern shore, Magadan sits at the end of the road, literally. This is where the Kolyma highway begins. Stretching 2,000 kilometers into the interior, built on the bones of prisoners who died constructing it. Population 90,000, down from 150,000 in Soviet times. This was the gateway to the gulags, the last glimpse of the ocean that millions of prisoners saw before disappearing into the frozen interior. Ships arrived here from Vladivostok and Nakodka, packed with political prisoners, criminals, intellectuals, anyone Stalin's state wanted removed. They disembarked at Magadan's port, were sorted, processed, and sent inland to labor camps scattered across Kolyma's gold fields. The mortality rate was staggering. Perhaps 1 in 3 prisoners died, though exact numbers remain disputed. The cold was a weapon as effective as bullets. The city itself was built by and for this system. Every brick, every street, every building constructed with slave labor. The architectural style is Soviet industrial. Massive concrete blocks, no ornamentation, purely functional. But scattered throughout are remnants that tell darker stories. Former NKVD headquarters, transit prisons. the administration buildings where prisoners' fates were decided with bureaucratic efficiency. Winter temperatures average -20 degrees Celsius. Relatively mild by Siberian standards, but brutal when combined with coastal winds that cut through clothing. The Sea of Okhotsk freezes partially. Ice forming along the shore, but the port generally remains accessible. One reason it was chosen as the Gulag Gateway. Supplies could arrive even in winter. Prisoners could be transported year-round. Today, Magadan struggles with its identity. Is it a memorial to Soviet crimes, or a city trying to move forward? The Mask of Sorrow monument stands on a hill overlooking the city. A massive concrete face, 15 meters tall, with tears and smaller faces embedded in it, representing the Gulag victims. It was erected in 1996, one of the few official acknowledgements of what happened here. But many residents resent it. They want to be known for something other than suffering. Want their city to have a purpose beyond being a memorial to atrocity. The economy depends on gold mining, fishing, and government subsidies. Young people leave as soon as they can. There's little future here, little opportunity. The population declines steadily. Buildings are abandoned, left to decay. The port operates at a fraction of Soviet-era capacity. The city feels like it's waiting for something, permission to die, or a reason to continue existing. The coastline around Magadan is starkly beautiful. Rocky cliffs, cold grey ocean. Fog that rolls in suddenly and completely. In summer, the hills turn briefly green. Wildflowers bloom. The landscape reveals what it might be without the weight of history. But the history is inescapable. This is land stained by human cruelty, where the coal was used as an instrument of state terror, where millions suffered because geography made their suffering efficient. Magadan endures because 90,000 people still live here. Because it's home despite everything. Because even places built for evil purposes eventually just become places. But it's haunted. You feel it walking the streets. The knowledge that this city's foundation is mass graves, that its prosperity was built on slavery, that it exists only because Stalin needed a gateway to his frozen empire of labor camps. The cold here isn't just weather. It's memory, preserved like everything else in permafrost, impossible to forget or escape. The Lena River, artery of ice. The Lena River is Siberia's lifeline. 4,400 kilometers from its source, in the mountains south of Lake Baikal, to its delta on the Laptov Sea. It's the 11th longest river in the world, draining an area larger than Western Europe. Yet most people outside Russia have never heard of it. This is not a river of cities and civilization. This is a river of wilderness, cold, and isolation. For 9 months of the year, the Lena is frozen. Not just ice on the surface, frozen solid, sometimes to depths of 3 meters or more. The ice is strong enough to support loaded trucks, entire convoys that drive across as if it were pavement. Winter ice roads follow the Lena's course for hundreds of kilometers, connecting communities that have no other land connection. When the ice is solid, the river is a highway. When it's breaking up or freezing over, it's a barrier, and the towns along its banks are cut off completely. The river doesn't freeze uniformly. It begins in the south, where temperatures drop first and progresses north. But the spring thaw happens in reverse. Southern ice melts while northern ice remains solid, creating catastrophic ice jams. Water backs up behind frozen barriers, floods villages, tears away riverbanks. The annual spring flood is predictable but devastating. Towns evacuate the same neighborhoods every year, rebuild every summer, evacuate again the following spring. Yakutsk sits on the Lena's western bank. 300,000 people depending entirely on this river for supplies. In summer, barges carry fuel, food, construction materials, everything needed to survive the next winter. The shipping season is brief, June to September, maybe 4 months if conditions are favorable. If supplies don't arrive during those months, the winter becomes dangerous. The river giveth, and the river taketh away, and there's no appealing its decisions. The Lena Delta, where the river meets the Arctic Ocean, is one of the largest river deltas in the world. 32,000 square kilometers of channels, islands, and wetlands. In summer, it's a breeding ground for millions of migratory birds, a temporary explosion of life at the edge of the frozen sea. In winter, it's abandoned, empty, a maze of ice and snow that no one inhabits or crosses. The indigenous peoples who lived here traditionally, the Saka and Evenks, moved seasonally. Spending summers in the delta's rich fishing grounds and winters inland where survival was more feasible. The river's tributaries extend into the coldest regions on Earth, the Olden, the Vilyuy, the Olyokma. Rivers that themselves would be major waterways in other countries. But here are just feeders to the Lena's immense drainage. These tributaries carry water from the pole of cold region, from Oymyakon and Verkhoyansk, bringing the coldest water on Earth to mix with the main channel. Climate change is transforming the Lena in ways that terrify those who depend on it. The ice forms later each year. What was once predictable in early October now might not happen until November. It breaks up earlier, April instead of May, sometimes even March. The ice road season shortens, strangling communities that need those months to bring in supplies. The spring floods become more unpredictable. Ice jams forming in new locations. Devastation arriving without warning. The permafrost along the riverbanks is thawing, causing massive erosion. Entire sections of bank collapse into the river. Trees, soil. Sometimes buildings sliding into the water. The Lena is widening, its course shifting, channels changing in ways that make navigation dangerous. River pilots who've worked these waters for decades find their knowledge becoming obsolete. Sandbars appearing where deep channels used to be. Channels opening where islands once stood. Scientists study the Lena's discharge rates, measuring how much fresh water enters the Arctic Ocean, because this affects ocean salinity, which affects ocean currents, which affects global climate patterns. The Lena is not just a regional river, it's a component of Earth's climate system. As permafrost thaws in its vast drainage basin, more water flows to the Arctic, diluting seawater, potentially disrupting the thermohaline circulation that regulates planetary temperature. For the people who live along its banks, these global implications are abstract. What matters is whether the ice road will hold, whether the spring flood will destroy their homes, whether the barges will arrive with fuel and food. The Lena is personal, immediate. The difference between survival and death in a place where alternatives don't exist. In summer, the river is beautiful, wide, powerful, flowing through taiga forests and tundra landscapes that seem untouched by human presence. Birds wheel overhead, fish jump in the current. The water catches light in ways that make it look alive. It's easy to understand why people have lived here for thousands of years, following the river's cycles, taking what it offers, enduring what it demands. In winter, the Lena becomes something else entirely. A frozen road, a barrier, a sleeping giant that will wake violently in spring. The ice is so thick that standing on it, you forget there's water underneath. Forget that this solid surface will liquefy and become impassable, dangerous, deadly. The river teaches the same lesson the cold teaches. Nothing permanent exists here. Everything is temporary. Survival depends on understanding transitions and timing them correctly. The Lena will outlast every human settlement on its banks. It flowed long before cities existed. Will flow long after they are abandoned. The cold will remain, though perhaps less extreme. The ice will still form, though perhaps for fewer months. The river is changing as rivers do. Indifferent to human schedules and needs. Those who live along it must change too, adapt to new patterns, learn new timing, or leave. the river offers that choice. Clearly and without sentiment, adapt or go elsewhere. The Pole of Cold region, Sakha Republic. The broader Sakha Republic, officially Yakutia, is the largest subnational territory in the world. Bigger than India, almost entirely unpopulated outside a handful of cities. This is the heart of the cold, the region where temperature records are set and broken, where the continental climate reaches its most extreme expression. The Sakha people are Turkic, not Slavic. They migrated here from the south centuries ago, displacing earlier populations, adapting to conditions that test the limits of human endurance. They developed a culture entirely calibrated to cold. Clothing made from reindeer hide and fur. Housing designed to conserve heat. A diet heavy in fat and meat because the body needs maximum calories to maintain temperature in minus 50 degrees Celsius conditions. Traditional Sakha life involved constant movement. Summer and winter homes, seasonal hunting and fishing grounds, nothing permanent. Because permanence meant vulnerability. You moved before the cold trapped you, before food ran out, before conditions became unsurvivable. The Soviet state forced settlement, created collective farms, built towns in locations chosen for industrial convenience rather than survivability. Many of those towns are failing now. Populations declining, infrastructure crumbling, young people fleeing as soon as they can. The Sakha language survives better here than most indigenous Siberian languages, spoken by roughly 450,000 people. But it's under pressure. Russian is the language of advancement, of education, of leaving. Sakha is the language of tradition, of staying, of a way of life that's disappearing. Parents must choose, teach their children the language and culture of their ancestors, or prepare them for a Russian-speaking world where opportunities exist elsewhere. The land itself is changing. Permafrost thaw accelerates every year. Sinkholes appear where ice lenses melt, swallowing roads and buildings. Methane released from thawing, permafrost accelerates warming in a feedback loop that scientists watch with alarm. The taiga forest is shifting north. Tree line advancing into territory that was tundra for millennia. the Saka people, who've survived here for 5 centuries through intimate knowledge of cold, now face a future where that knowledge may become obsolete. Climate change in Yakutia is not an abstraction. It's visible in buildings tilting as permafrost thaws beneath them. It's measurable in ice road seasons that shorten every year. It's felt in summer fires that burn forests never designed to burn. The coldest place on Earth is warming faster than almost anywhere else. And the people whose entire culture is calibrated to extreme cold are being forced to adapt to something entirely different. The Saka will adapt. They always have. But what they're adapting to now isn't another invader or political system or economic collapse. It's the land itself changing. The cold that defined them for centuries. Becoming less extreme, less predictable, less reliable. Their identity is built on surviving cold that kills outsiders. What happens when the cold becomes survivable by anyone? Moscow, Russia's timeless capital. The heart of Russia, Moscow. Not just a city, but the gravitational center of the largest country on Earth. A metropolis of 13 million souls. Sprawled across 7 hills, where the Moskva River carves its ancient path through time itself. When people think of Moscow, they see Red Square. They see the Kremlin's crimson walls. They see Soviet monuments and Orthodox domes glittering like frozen fire against winter skies. But Moscow is more than its postcard images. It's a city that has burned to the ground and risen from ash. A capital that has witnessed Mongol hordes, Napoleon's retreat, revolution's thunder, and the collapse of empires. Moscow is layers. Stone churches built on pagan burial grounds. Metro stations that double as underground palaces. Glass towers casting shadows on medieval monasteries. It's a place where history doesn't sleep. It stalks the streets, whispers in courtyards, echoes in the rumble of trains beneath your feet. This is Moscow. Defiant, contradictory, impossible to summarize. And like Russia itself, it demands you look closer. Moscow International Business Center. The new Russia rising. On a bend in the Moskva River, where industrial warehouses once stood, a cluster of glass and steel towers pierces the sky. Moscow International Business Center, known simply as Moscow City. It's Russia's attempt to build a financial capital that rivals London, New York, Hong Kong. Construction began in the mid-1990s, just as Russia emerged from Soviet collapse. The first towers rose slowly. Then came oil money, oligarch money. The towers multiplied. Now there are 15 skyscrapers, some of the tallest in Europe. The Federation Tower, 374 meters high. Twin spires of glass reaching upward like cathedral spires reimagined for the 21st century. The Mercury City Tower, wrapped entirely in bronze-tinted glass, glowing like a beacon at sunset. The Evolution Tower, a twisting structure that rotates 135 degrees as it climbs. A DNA helix made of concrete and glass. From the ground, Moscow City feels like a different country. Modern, corporate, almost sterile, office workers in tailored suits. Cafes serving flat whites and avocado toast. English signage alongside Russian. But look closer and the contradictions emerge. Half the towers remain partially empty. Entire floors dark at night. The 2008 financial crisis, then Western sanctions, slowed everything. Some buildings were never finished. Construction cranes still loom over vacant lots. Moscow City was meant to symbolize Russia's arrival as a global economic power. Instead, it became something more complicated. A monument to ambition, hubris, resilience, and the stubborn refusal to give up on a dream, even when the world says no. At night, the towers light up, blue, green, gold. They're visible from across the city. A glowing reminder that Moscow is always becoming something else. From the observation deck of Federation Tower, you can see the entire city laid out below. To the east, the Kremlin, Stalin's towers, the sprawl of Soviet apartment blocks. To the west, suburban forests stretching toward the horizon. And directly below, the river winding through it all, connecting past to present to future. Moscow City doesn't replace old Moscow. It sits beside it, medieval, imperial, Soviet, capitalist, all existing at once, all competing for space, all part of the same impossible city. The district is still unfinished in spirit, even where construction is complete. Plans change constantly. Towers are renamed, sold, rebranded. What was meant to house global banks becomes luxury apartments. What was designed as offices becomes observation decks, shopping galleries, entertainment spaces. Moscow City adapts because it has to. The vision of a Western-style financial hub collided with Russian reality, and compromise became the operating principle. For many Muscovites, the place feels detached from daily life, too expensive, too polished, too artificial. It is admired from a distance, photographed at sunset, used as a symbol rather than a destination. Few people live here. Fewer still feel rooted here. Moscow City is a skyline first, a neighborhood second. And yet it works. Not perfectly, not as planned, but persistently. Businesses operate. People commute in and out. The towers generate gravity. They pull attention, investment, and imagination. They signal that Moscow refuses to freeze in time, even when history presses heavily on it. In winter, the glass towers disappear into fog and snow, their tops vanishing into low clouds. In summer, they reflect endless daylight, mirroring the river and the sky until boundaries blur. The district changes with the seasons, just like the rest of the city, despite its attempt at timeless modernity. Moscow International Business Center is not the future Russia once promised the world. It is the future Russia actually built, uneven, defiant, partly hollow, partly impressive. A place where ambition remains visible even when certainty does not. It stands as proof that Moscow is not a finished city. It never has been. Each era builds on top of the last without fully erasing it. Moscow City is simply the latest layer. Glass and steel laid over stone, brick, concrete, and memory. Moscow River, the city's liquid spine. The Moskva River winds through the city for 80 kilometers, dividing it, defining it. Moscow was founded because of this river. A trading post where the river bends. A fortress on the hill above the water. For centuries, the river was Moscow's highway. Barges carried grain, timber, furs. In winter, when it froze solid, it became a road. Sleds and horses crossing the ice. The river is now lined with embankments, granite walls, promenades, parks. In summer, pleasure boats cruise past the Kremlin, past the Cathedral of Christ the Savior, past Stalin's towers glowing in the twilight. Muscovites come to the river to escape the density of the city. Couples walk the embankments. Fishermen cast lines from concrete platforms. Runners trace the paths beside the water. One of the most beautiful stretches runs from Gorky Park south, past modern bridges with cable stays that light up at night, past old factories converted into art spaces and tech, startups. Eventually, you reach Sparrow Hills, one of the highest points in Moscow. From the observation deck, the entire city spreads below. The river curves through it like a silver thread. The Stalin Tower of Moscow State University looms behind you. In the distance, the Kremlin spires rise above the haze. At sunset, the light turns golden. The river reflects the sky. For a moment, Moscow looks gentle. When the Moskva freezes, it becomes something else. The surface turns white. Snow accumulates. The boats disappear. Only the currents beneath continue, dark water moving under ice. Moscow's relationship with its river is like its relationship with everything. Practical, historical, occasionally beautiful. The river flows. The city grows around it. And like the city itself, the river never stops. Cold, persistent, essential, In recent decades, the river has been reclaimed in a new way. Industrial traffic has faded, replaced by leisure and image. Old ports have been cleaned, warehouses repurposed, riverbanks softened with trees and bike paths. The Moskva is no longer just something to cross or work on. It is something to look at, to live beside, to frame the city's idea of itself. Yet it remains controlled. The embankments keep it in place, regulate its edges. Floods are rare now, the wildness is managed. Even so, the river resists becoming just decoration. It carries memory. Every bend marks layers of expansion, destruction, rebuilding. Empires rose along its banks. Revolutions passed over it. Wars crossed it. The water absorbed it all and kept moving. In spring, ice breaks apart with loud cracks. Slabs drifting downstream like slow-moving debris from winter itself. In autumn, fog settles low over the surface, blurring the skyline until buildings seem to float. The river changes daily, even when the city pretends it doesn't. The Moskva does not dominate Moscow, and Moscow does not dominate the Moskva. They coexist in a quiet negotiation. The city builds, demolishes, reinvents. The river continues, unconcerned with slogans or plans. It is not the grandest river, it is not the longest or the wildest. But without it, Moscow would not exist as it does. It remains the city's liquid spine, carrying time forward, reflecting each version of Moscow back at itself, and moving on regardless of what the city becomes next. The MKAD, Moscow's concrete ring encircling the city like a noose, or a protective barrier, depending on your perspective. Moscow Ring Road, 109 kilometers of concrete and asphalt, forming a perfect loop around the capital. Built in the 1960s, the MKAD was designed to mark Moscow's official boundary. Everything inside the ring was Moscow, everything beyond was not. For decades, this distinction mattered profoundly. If you lived inside the MKAD, you had a Moscow propiska, a residency permit that granted access to better shops, schools, hospitals, opportunities. Living beyond the ring meant you were provincial, peripheral, less important. The ring became more than infrastructure, it became identity. Even today, Muscovites talk about being inside the MKAD or beyond the MKAD, as though it's a metaphysical divide. The road itself is relentless. 10 lanes in some sections. Traffic moves fast, or doesn't move at all. Rush hour turns the MKAD into a parking lot. Cars idle for hours. Drivers chain smoke. Road rage simmers. But drive it at night when traffic thins, and the MKAD becomes something else. streetlights blur into streams of orange. The city glows on your left, towers, lights, the pulse of 13 million lives. On your right, darkness, forests, suburbs, dissolving into nothing. The Mkid is the edge of the empire. Cross it outbound and you're leaving Moscow. Cross it inbound and you're arriving. But here's the thing. Moscow has long since outgrown its ring. Millions now live beyond the MKAD. Entire districts have sprawled into what was once countryside. The city bleeds outward, ignoring its own boundaries. But the psychological barrier remains. The MKAD isn't just a road, it's a line between center and periphery. Insider and outsider, Moscow and not Moscow. Drive it once and you understand the city's geography. Drive it 100 times and you understand its soul. In recent years, the MKAD has tried to soften its image. Sound barriers rise along residential stretches. Interchanges grow more complex, layered like knots. Shopping centers, logistics hubs, warehouses, and apartment blocks press right up against its edges. What was once a clear border is now crowded, blurred, negotiated daily. For many commuters, the MKAD is a ritual, a daily test of patience. Mornings spent inching forward, evenings spent circling home. Time here feels wasted, suspended. Radios hum, engines idle. Lives pass in adjacent lanes close enough to see, impossible to reach. The ring binds millions together without letting them touch. At the same time, it creates strange freedom. From the MKAD, you can reach anywhere. Highways branch outward like spokes, leading to every direction, every region. It is the point where Moscow connects to the rest of Russia, where the capital releases traffic into the vastness beyond itself. Seasons change the road's character. Summer, heat shimmers off the asphalt. Autumn rain turns headlights into streaks of white and red. Winter coats everything in grey and slush, accidents multiplying, tempers shortening. Spring arrives slowly, potholes opening like scars from the thaw. The MKAD absorbs it all year after year. For those who grew up outside the ring, crossing it still carries weight. It feels like entering something denser, faster, less forgiving. For those inside, crossing outward can feel like escape. The same concrete line means different things depending on which side you stand. The MKAD was built to contain Moscow. It failed. The city overflowed, swallowed the suburbs, pushed farther every decade. But even as its physical power weakened, its symbolic power remained intact. The ring endures not because it defines Moscow's limits, but because it reveals Moscow's tension. Between center and margin, privilege and access, movement and stagnation. It circles endlessly, holding together a city that never stops expanding, never fully settles, and never quite decides where it ends. Sparrow Hills, the city from above. Southwest of the city center, the land rises. Sparrow Hills, formerly Lenin Hills during the Soviet era, is one of the highest natural points in Moscow. 80 meters above the river, from the observation platform, the entire city spreads below like a map come to life. The Moskva River curves through the landscape, silver in sunlight, dark in winter. The towers of Moscow city pierce the horizon to the north. The Kremlin's golden domes glimmer in the distance. Forests stretch south and west, green in summer, white in winter. Behind the platform looms the main building of Moscow State University, one of Stalin's 7 sisters. A Gothic tower topped with a red star. The hill has always been significant. Napoleon stood here in 1812, watching Moscow burn below. Realizing his victory was hollow, Soviet leaders held rallies here. Cosmonauts came to this spot before missions, a tradition of looking down at the city before leaving Earth. Today, it's where Muscovites come to breathe. Newlyweds pose for photos. Skateboarders practice tricks on the plaza. Tourists take selfies with the skyline behind them. In winter, the hill becomes a sledding destination. Children race down the slopes on plastic sleds. Laughter echoes across the snow. There's something humbling about standing here, seeing the entire city at once, realizing how vast it is. How many lives are unfolding simultaneously in those streets and buildings below. Moscow isn't just history. It's 13 million people living right now. Waking up, going to work, falling in love, growing old. From Sparrow Hills, you see it all. And for a moment, the weight of history feels lighter. Sparrow Hills has changed quietly over time. Paths have been restored, lighting softened, viewpoints widened. The city has learned not to overbuild here. This place works because it remains open. No billboards, no towers, just air, space, and distance. A pause in a city that rarely pauses. At night, the view shifts. The river becomes a ribbon of reflections. Traffic turns into streams of light. Moscow city glows in cool blues and whites. The university tower stands dark and massive, its star lit against the sky. The city looks orderly from above, calmer than it feels at street level. Problems flatten, noise fades, perspective returns. Sparrow Hills is also a boundary. Beyond it, Moscow loosens. Streets widen, forests thicken, neighborhoods thin out. It marks the transition between the capital's intensity and the quieter edges where the city exhales. Many people come here not to look at landmarks, but to remember that Moscow is larger than any single life inside it. Seasons change, the hill completely. Spring brings thawed earth and the smell of wet leaves. Summer fills the paths with shade and long evenings. Autumn turns the slopes gold and red. The river darker, heavier. Winter strips everything down to shape and silence. Each version feels honest in a different way. Sparrow Hills doesn't explain Moscow. It doesn't simplify it. It just shows it whole, past and present layered together. Power and ordinary life sharing the same view. Standing here, the city feels less like a machine and more like a living system. Messy, immense, unfinished. People come and go. Empires rise and fall. The river keeps moving below, and Sparrow Hills remains, quietly watching Moscow become whatever comes next. The Kremlin, fortress of power. The Kremlin sits on Borovitsky Hill, overlooking the river. From above, it resembles a jagged crown. Red brick walls nearly 2.5 kilometers long, punctuated by 20 towers. Each one different, each one a marker of centuries. The word Kremlin simply means fortress. But the Kremlin means something else entirely. It is the symbolic heart of Russian power. For over 500 years, this triangular citadel has been the seat of czars, general secretaries, and presidents. Golden-domed cathedrals cluster like a gathering of saints. The Cathedral of the Assumption, where tsars were crowned. The Cathedral of the Archangel, where they were buried. The Ivan the Great Bell Tower rises 81 meters high. Once the tallest structure in Moscow, by law, nothing could surpass it. At the base of that tower sits the Tsar Bell, the largest bell ever cast. It weighs over 200 tons. It has never rung. During a fire in 1737, water was thrown onto the superheated metal. A massive piece cracked off. The bell has sat silent ever since. A monument to ambition and fragility. Nearby, the Tsar Cannon, cast in 1586, weighing 40 tons, designed to defend the Kremlin gates. It has never been fired. These objects, bell and cannon, are perfect symbols of Moscow. Grand gestures frozen in time, power displayed but never fully unleashed. Just outside the Kremlin walls lies Red Square, Krasnaya Ploshchad. The name doesn't come from communism. In Old Russian, Krasnaya meant beautiful. Only later did it also mean red. The square has always been a stage. Executions, coronations, military parades, victory celebrations, public declarations. Lenin's mausoleum sits along one side, stark and geometric. A pyramid of red granite where the embalmed body of the revolution's architect lies in dim, refrigerated stillness. Tourists line up, some out of curiosity, some out of nostalgia, others out of disbelief that this ritual still exists. At the square's southern end stands St. Basil's Cathedral. Built in the 1550s by Ivan the Terrible to commemorate his victory over the Kazan Khanate. The cathedral looks like something from a fever dream. 9 chapels crowned with onion domes in wild colors: red, green, gold, blue. Legend says Ivan ordered the architect blinded afterward, so he could never build anything more beautiful. The story is probably false, but Moscow loves its legends. The modern Russian state still works from here. Presidential buildings occupy former palaces. Decisions made in these rooms ripple outward, through Moscow, through Russia, far beyond its borders. The Kremlin no longer rules an empire in the old sense, but it remains a center of gravity. Everything else orbits it, whether in alignment or resistance. The walls themselves were built by Italian architects in the late 15th century, invited by Ivan III to modernize Moscow's defenses. Their Renaissance techniques blended with Russian traditions, creating a fortress that looks both European and unmistakably local. The red brick wasn't always red, it was whitewashed for centuries. The color we associate with the Kremlin today is relatively recent. Another reminder that even symbols change. From the river, the Kremlin feels eternal. From inside, it feels layered. Pagan roots beneath Orthodox cathedrals, imperial halls repurposed by communists, Soviet offices now housing a post-Soviet state. Few places in the world contain so many overlapping versions of power within such a small area. Red Square amplifies this layering. It is not a square in the casual sense, but an open threshold between authority and people. On ordinary days, it is filled with tourists, cameras raised, footsteps circling history. On extraordinary days, it becomes something else entirely. Closed, secured, transformed into a stage for national ritual. At night, when the crowds thin, the Kremlin changes character. Towers glow softly. The river reflects the walls. Bells toll faintly. The noise of the city recedes. For a moment, the place feels less like a seat of government and more like what it originally was. A fortress watching over a vulnerable settlement. The Kremlin endures because it adapts. It absorbs revolutions, collapses, reinventions. Tsars vanished. The Soviet Union fell. The walls remained. The symbols shifted. The power stayed close to the same ground. It is not just a monument. It is not just a museum. The Kremlin is a living structure, still shaping the country around it. A reminder that in Moscow, history is not behind glass. It is active, present, and watching. Arbat Street, the soul of old Moscow. Arbat Street is one of the oldest streets in Moscow, dating back to the 15th century. For centuries, it was where artisans, merchants, and minor nobility lived. Just outside the Kremlin's shadow, but close enough to matter. In the 19th century, Arbat became the heart of Moscow's intelligentsia. Writers, poets, musicians gathered in its cafes and salons. Pushkin lived here briefly after his marriage. Tolstoy visited. Bulgakov set scenes from The Master and Margarita in these lanes. Then came the Soviet years. Arbat was pedestrianized in the 1980s, one of Moscow's first car-free zones. Street performers appeared. Artists sold portraits and caricatures. It became a space for subtle rebellion. Today, Arbat is touristy, overpriced cafes, souvenir stores selling matryoshka dolls and Soviet memorabilia. But walk the side streets and you still find traces of old Moscow. Wooden houses with carved shutters, courtyards where laundry hangs between iron, balconies, small bookshops that smell like dust and paper. Mikhail Bulgakov lived in a communal apartment on Bolshaya Sadovaya Street. Just off Arbat, his novel The Master and Margarita, written in secret during Stalin's purges, features a scene where the devil visits Moscow and takes up residence in this very building. After Bulgakov's death, the building became a pilgrimage site. Fans covered the stairwell with graffiti, quotes, drawings, declarations of love for the novel. The museum now preserves this chaos. The walls are a palimpsest of devotion. It's one of the only places in Moscow where graffiti is not just tolerated, but celebrated. Because sometimes rebellion is remembering. Arbat survived by changing its role. When politics tightened and speech narrowed, the street leaned into performance and suggestion. Music replaced manifestos. Art replaced argument. What couldn't be said directly found its way into lyrics, paintings, and quiet exchanges. The street learned how to speak softly and still be heard. At night, Arbat calms, crowds thin. Guitar strings echo under streetlights. Painters pack up their easels. The buildings feel closer, more human. It becomes easier to imagine the street as it once was, alive with conversation rather than commerce. For Muscovites, Arbat inspires mixed feelings. Some avoid it, tired of the noise and souvenirs. Others return deliberately, knowing where to look, treating it like a familiar friend who has changed, but still remembers who it was. Authenticity here was never fixed. It evolved with the city. Arbat was never just about architecture. It was about gathering without permission. About culture forming in apartments and cafes outside official control. That spirit never vanished. It learned to hide in plain sight. Arbat is no longer Moscow's intellectual center, but it remains a memory of how ideas once lived in physical space. In a city built on power and scale, it endures as something smaller and human. A reminder that Moscow's soul was shaped by voices, art, and people choosing to stand together. Orthodox Moscow, faith and gold. Before the revolution, Moscow was called the city of 40 times 40 churches. Many were destroyed, but many remain. Their domes still rise above apartment blocks and traffic, reminders of a city shaped as much by belief as by power. Founded in 1524, Novodovichi Convent sits beside a bend in the Moskva River. Its white walls and red towers look like something from a fairy tale. Inside, the Smolensky Cathedral, with frescoes from the 16th century. Icons glowing in candlelight, the smell of incense and old wood. Time feels slower here, measured in prayers and footsteps rather than minutes. The convent also served as a prison for inconvenient women. Tsarinas, princesses, nuns who knew too much. Some were forced into religious life, others were simply erased from public view. Faith here was never separate from authority. Walls meant devotion, but also control. Next door, Novodevichy Cemetery, where Russia's great and powerful are buried. Chekhov, Gogol, Shostakovich, Yeltsin. Graves marked with sculptures, some realistic, some abstract. Writers gaze outward in stone. Composers lie beneath carved notes. Even in death, hierarchy persists. Memory is curated. Built in 1532, the Church of the Ascension in Kolomenskoye is one of the first stone tent-roof churches in Russia. It rises like a white spear into the sky, sharp and strange. UNESCO calls it a masterpiece. It sits alone on a hill overlooking the river, surrounded by apple orchards and wooden houses moved here from across Russia. A kind of open-air museum. The city feels distant, the air is cleaner, the sound of bells carries farther. On summer evenings, locals come here to walk, to sit by the water, to escape the noise of the city. Children run along the paths. Couples watch the sunset fade into the river. The church is quiet. The river flows. Moscow feels far away. As dusk deepens, the golden domes begin to catch the last fragments of light, glowing softly against the cooling sky. Bells ring in the distance, not loud, not commanding, but steady, familiar. Like a heartbeat the city has learned to live with. Here, faith does not shout, it waits. It lingers in the worn stone steps, in the quiet gestures of those who cross themselves without looking around, in the way history breathes through walls that have watched centuries pass. Moscow moves fast beyond these grounds, but within them, time loosens its grip. And when night finally settles, the river reflects both heaven and earth. Clouds drifting above, city lights trembling below. The churches remain, silent witnesses to revolutions, prayers, losses, and hope. Empires rise and fall, streets are renamed, towers are built and torn down. Yet faith endures in quieter forms. Not always triumphant, not always visible, but present. In Moscow, belief does not dominate the skyline anymore, yet it still shapes the soul beneath it. Winter Moscow. In the cold, winter defines Moscow. Temperatures drop to -20, -30 Celsius. Snow blankets the city for months. The light is pale, almost blue. Days are short. Darkness comes early. The city moves in half-light, street lamps glowing through falling snow. Ice forms on eyelashes, metal burns to the touch. But Moscow doesn't stop. The metro still runs, warm and crowded, its stations glowing with chandeliers and marble. Trains arrive on time. The streets are cleared before most people wake. Life continues, muffled by scarves and fur hats. People learn a different rhythm, walking carefully, speaking less, conserving energy. Winter demands respect. A small park around a frozen pond in central Moscow. Patriarch's Ponds, in Bulgakov's The Master and Margarita. This is where the devil first appears. In winter, the pond becomes an ice rink. Skaters glide in circles under the trees. Steam rises from the ice. Blades scratch softly against the surface. Laughter echoes. Parents watch from benches, hands wrapped around paper cups of tea. For a moment, Moscow feels gentle. Elsewhere, rivers freeze into white corridors. Snowbanks rise along sidewalks. Courtyards fill with children building forts. Markets sell mandarins, fir branches, wool socks. The city smells of cold air, diesel and pine. New Year's Eve is Russia's biggest holiday. Red Square fills with crowds wrapped in thick coats and blinking lights. Fireworks explode over the Kremlin, reflecting off the snow and the river ice. The Spasskaya Tower's clock strikes midnight. Champagne corks pop. Wishes are made quietly, seriously. Even in the coldest months, there is warmth. In kitchens, in underground trains, in shared tradition. Winter strips Moscow down to essentials, and what remains is endurance. As night deepens, the sky sometimes erupts in color. Fireworks bloom above the riverbanks, scattering gold, crimson, and white across the darkness. Their reflections ripple across the water, briefly turning the Moskva into a river of fire and stars. Crowds pause mid-step, faces lifted, phones forgotten for a moment. For a few seconds, the city feels weightless. History, politics, and noise suspended beneath bursts of light that fade almost as soon as they appear. Celebration here is never just spectacle. It is memory rekindled. A reminder that even a heavy past can still produce wonder. Below the fireworks, the city glows in layers. Streetlights trace the roads like molten threads. Bridges shimmer, and church domes catch fragments of gold as if answering the sky. The lights do not erase the darkness, they soften it. They reveal a Moscow that endures, complex, wounded, radiant. Faith, history, and modern life converge in this quiet brilliance. And in that glow, standing between shadow and light, the city breathes on, ancient, restless, and alive. As winter returns, the cold settles in with a quiet authority. It slips between stone walls and along the riverbanks, sharpening the air until every breath feels deliberate. Snow softens the city's edges, muting sound and slowing movement. Footsteps crunch, breath turns visible. Even the bells seem to ring more slowly, as if weighed down by frost. Yet the cold does not empty the streets, it disciplines them. People move with purpose, wrapped in coats and memory, carrying generations of endurance stitched into their bones. And when the night tightens its grip, Moscow stands unbowed. Ice clings to iron, wind carves through avenues, and still the lights remain, unwavering, defiant. Domes gleam against the dark like watchful eyes. And somewhere beneath the snow, history keeps its pulse. The cold may claim the air, but it never claims the soul. Here, in the hush between snowfall and silence, Moscow endures. Not frozen, not broken, but burning quietly beneath the ice. Moscow is not easy. It's harsh, overwhelming, often brutal. But it endures. It has survived Mongols, fires, Napoleon, Hitler, revolution, and collapse. It has been remade again and again. And yet something persists. The river still flows, the bells still ring. The metro still carries millions through underground palaces carved from stone and ambition. Moscow is not a museum. It's not frozen in time. It's alive, contradictory, chaotic, constantly transforming. A city of power and poetry, of gold domes and grey concrete, of memory and forgetting. It prays and it marches. It celebrates and it mourns. It builds upward, digs downward, and rarely looks back for long. Here, faith stands beside force, beauty beside severity, hope beside endurance. Nothing exists alone. Everything is layered. Morning brings traffic and steam rising from grates. People moving fast with heads down. Purpose written into their stride. Night brings light. Endless light. Bridges glowing. Avenues stretching into the dark. Windows flickering with lives unfolding behind glass. The city never fully sleeps. It only changes tempo. Winter hardens it. Summer softens it. Snow turns noise into silence. Heat turns streets into rivers of motion. Through every season, Moscow adapts. Absorbing pressure the way stone absorbs time. Slowly, silently, permanently altered, but still standing. Moscow is Russia's heart. It does not beat gently. It does not beat evenly. It pounds, stumbles, recovers, and continues. And like all hearts shaped by survival, it carries scars beneath its surface. Unspoken, unresolved, unforgettable. Yet it beats on anyway. Through winter, through change, through everything. Its stories are not always told aloud. They live in courtyards, in stairwells worn smooth by decades of hands, in kitchens where history is discussed in whispers over tea. They live in photographs tucked into drawers, in songs half remembered, in names spoken carefully. Moscow remembers even when it pretends not to. The past does not vanish here. It settles, becoming part of the ground people walk on every day. And so, the city moves forward, carrying all of it at once. Triumph and trauma, faith and doubt, pride and fatigue. There is no final version of Moscow. No finished form. It is always becoming, always resisting definition. A city forged by endurance, sustained by contradiction, alive because it refuses simplicity. Moscow does not ask to be loved easily. It asks only to be witnessed. To stand in Moscow is to feel history pressing from every direction at once. Above in the towers, below in the tunnels, and within the people who call it home. It is a city that does not explain itself, that offers no conclusions, only continuity. And as long as the river moves, the bells echo, and footsteps cross its frozen streets, Moscow remains. Not as an idea, not as a memory, but as a living force that endures by sheer will.
Yakutia, the frozen heart of Russia. There exists a place where winter reigns for 9 months of the year, where temperatures plummet to minus 70 degrees Celsius, where the ground hasn't thawed in thousands of years, where exhaled breath freezes instantly into crystals that locals call the whisper of stars. This is not Antarctica. This is not the Arctic Ocean. This is inhabited land. This is home to nearly 1 million people who have mastered survival in Earth's coldest, permanently inhabited region. Welcome to Yakutia, the Sakha Republic, the frozen heart of Russia. Larger than India, spanning 3 time zones covered by permafrost up to 500 meters deep, Yakutia is a land of extremes that defies human comprehension. Here, the Lena River freezes solid enough to drive trucks across. Here, diamonds emerge from ancient volcanic pipes. Here, perfectly preserved woolly mammoths emerge from melting ice, their flesh still edible after 40,000 years. But Yakutia is more than extreme cold. It's a crucible where ancient cultures evolved strategies for surviving the unsurvivable, where modern industry extracts unimaginable wealth from frozen earth, where climate change is transforming landscape and life at speeds visible from year to year. This is a journey into cold so profound it becomes almost metaphysical. Into wilderness so vast it swallows human presence, into a culture so resilient it thrives where others would perish in hours. Prepare yourself. What you're about to experience will redefine your understanding of cold, of survival, of what it means to call a place home when that place wants to kill you. Let us venture into the frozen heart. The pole of cold. Oymyakon, the coldest inhabited place. In a valley in eastern Yakutia lies Oymyakon, population 500, holder of the record for the coldest temperature ever recorded in an inhabited place, minus 67.7 degrees Celsius, recorded in 1933. Unofficial readings have gone lower, perhaps minus 71 degrees, cold so extreme that the thermometer couldn't measure it. What does this cold mean in practical terms? Car engines must run continuously or they'll never start again. Batteries die within minutes, steel becomes brittle and shatters, plastic cracks, rubber disintegrates, exposed skin develops frostbite in under 2 minutes. Exhaled breath doesn't just fog, it freezes into ice crystals that tinkle as they fall to the ground. The village name ironically means unfrozen water, a reference to a thermal spring that keeps one small section of river from freezing, providing water for reindeer herds. This spring made the location a traditional stopping point for herders. Soviet authorities, in their wisdom, decided to establish a permanent settlement here. The result is a monument to human stubbornness, a village that exists because someone decided it should, despite every environmental factor screaming otherwise. Life in Oymyakon requires constant vigilance. Buildings are constructed on stilts to prevent structural heat from melting permafrost and causing collapse. Water pipes, if they exist at all, run above ground in insulated boxes. Most residents still use outhouses. Indoor plumbing is nearly impossible when pipes freeze solid. Fish pulled from ice holes freeze in mid-air before they hit the ground. Milk is sold as frozen blocks. Vodka, despite its alcohol content, can freeze. Yet people thrive here. Children attend school unless temperatures drop below minus 52 degrees Celsius, the official too cold for school threshold. The local market operates year-round. Families gather for celebrations, their homes heated by coal stoves that burn constantly from October through April. But Oymyakon faces an existential threat: climate change. Winters are becoming slightly less severe. Permafrost is beginning to thaw. Buildings are developing cracks as their foundations shift. The identity of coldest place on Earth may not last another generation. Verkhoyansk, the other pole. Oymyakon has a rival. Verkhoyansk, located further north, claims its own record of minus 67.8 degrees Celsius. The two villages have a friendly competition for the title Pole of Cold, each asserting its supremacy in surviving the unsurvivable. Verkhoyansk's claim to uniqueness extends beyond cold. The town experiences Earth's most extreme temperature range, from minus 68 in winter to plus 37 in summer, a swing of 100 degrees Celsius. This thermal volatility creates bizarre effects. Buildings crack from expansion and contraction, roads heave and buckle. The ground itself moves as active layers above permafrost freeze and thaw. Founded in 1638 as a Cossack fort and later used as a place of political exile, Verkhoyansk has a darker history than Oymyakon. Tsarist and Soviet authorities sent political prisoners here, reasoning that the cold was punishment enough. No walls or guards needed. The environment itself was the prison. Many didn't survive their first winter. Today, Verkhoyansk has approximately 1,000 residents, down from its Soviet-era peak. The young leave for warmer climates and better opportunities. Those who remain are committed to Yakut traditions or lack resources to relocate. The town survives on reindeer herding, hunting, and a small amount of tourism from extreme weather enthusiasts. But Verkhoyansk recently made headlines for a different reason. In June 2020, temperatures reached 38 degrees Celsius, the highest temperature ever recorded above the Arctic Circle. The permafrost thawed catastrophically. Buildings collapsed, roads dissolved into mud. The town that exemplified extreme cold became a symbol of extreme climate change. The irony is bitter. The place that defined cold may become uninhabitable, not from freezing, but from thawing. The science of extreme cold. Why is Yakutia so cold? The answer lies in geography, altitude, and atmospheric physics. Yakutia occupies a vast basin between mountain ranges, creating a cold air trap. In winter, Arctic air masses settle into this basin and stagnate. Without ocean influence to moderate temperatures, Yakutia is about as far from open ocean as land can be. The cold intensifies week by week. The winter sun barely rises above the horizon. In Verkhoyansk, winter days last 3 hours. Solar radiation, already weak, strikes at such an angle that most reflects back into space. The snow-covered landscape reflects what little warmth arrives. The result is a positive feedback loop. Cold creates more cold. Clear winter skies, beautiful to observe, are deadly. Cloud cover acts as insulation, trapping heat. Clear skies allow what little warmth exists to radiate directly into space. The coldest temperatures occur on clear, calm nights when nothing prevents heat from escaping. Yakutia's permafrost extends to depths of 500 meters, the deepest on Earth. This frozen ground acts as a massive thermal battery, storing cold accumulated over millennia. Even summer heat can't penetrate more than a few meters. Below that, the ground has been frozen since the last ice age. Scientists study Yakutia as a preview of other planets. Mars, with its extreme temperature swings and permafrost, resembles Yakutia more than anywhere else on Earth. Technologies developed for Yakutian construction, thermal insulation, foundation design, heating systems, inform plans for eventual Mars colonization. The cold also preserves. Yakutia's permafrost contains perfectly preserved specimens from the Ice Age. Mammoths, woolly rhinoceroses, cave lions, all frozen so quickly that their cellular structure remained intact. These aren't fossils. These are bodies, complete with soft tissue, organs, even stomach contents showing their last meals. As climate warms, these frozen archives are emerging. Each discovery provides insights into extinct ecosystems. Each also releases carbon stored for millennia, accelerating the warming that exposed it. Another feedback loop, this one threatening rather than preserving. Permafrost cities. Yakutsk, the capital of Yakutia, is the largest city built on continuous permafrost. Population 300,000, most living in Soviet-era apartment blocks built on concrete stilts to prevent heat transfer to frozen ground below. Walking through Yakutsk in winter reveals engineering marvels and failures. Successful buildings stand level, their stilts firmly anchored in permafrost. Failed buildings tilt at alarming angles, victims of thawing ground beneath foundations. Some apartment blocks have been abandoned, too dangerous to inhabit, too expensive to demolish. They stand as warnings. Respect permafrost, or it will destroy what you build. The city's infrastructure exists above and below ground simultaneously. Heating pipes, water mains, and sewage systems run through utilidors, insulated above-ground corridors that can be accessed for maintenance without excavating frozen ground. These utilidors create a second city atop the first, a network of tunnels and passages that provide essential services. But climate change is destabilizing everything. Yakutsk's average temperature has risen 2 degrees Celsius in 50 years. This doesn't sound dramatic until you understand that permafrost exists in a narrow temperature range. 2 degrees means the difference between frozen and thawed. Buildings are cracking, roads are collapsing, the airport runway has required constant repair. In 2018, an apartment building's foundation shifted so severely that residents were evacuated permanently. The structure remains, tilting like a drunk giant, too dangerous to approach. City planners face impossible choices: abandon buildings before they collapse, retrofit foundations at enormous cost, relocate the entire city. Each option is catastrophic, financially, socially, culturally, yet life continues. Markets operate in the coldest weather. Children play in parks at -40. Yakutsk hosts theaters, museums, universities. The Saka people, who have inhabited this region for centuries, view the cold not as an enemy, but as a defining characteristic of home. Resilience here isn't metaphorical, it's literal, it's structural, it's survival. The Road of Bones. The R504 Kolyma Highway stretches over 2,000 kilometers through eastern Yakutia and beyond, connecting Yakutsk to Magadan on the Pacific coast. Locals call it the Road of Bones, built by Gulag prisoners whose bodies, when they died from cold or exhaustion, were buried beneath the road they were constructing. The road exists because Stalin wanted access to gold deposits in the Kolyma region. Tens of thousands of prisoners were sent to build it. They worked without adequate clothing, shelter, or food. Winter temperatures reached -60. Summer brought mosquitoes so thick they could suffocate a person. The death toll was staggering. Estimates range from 250,000 to over 1 million. Today, the Road of Bones is Yakutia's primary connection to the outside world. Trucks haul supplies during the brief summer when the road is passable. In winter, the road becomes smoother. Frozen ground provides better surface than summer mud, but exponentially more dangerous. Breakdowns mean death within hours. Running out of fuel means freezing before help arrives. The highway passes through landscapes of surreal beauty and horror. Vast taiga forests give way to tundra, then to mountain passes where wind screams with physical force. Abandoned gulag camps appear periodically, their wooden watchtowers collapsing, their barracks dissolving into earth, their histories marked by crude memorials. In recent years, climate change has made the Road of Bones even more treacherous. Permafrost thaw creates massive sinkholes that appear without warning. Entire sections of road have collapsed into these craters. Summer flooding washes away bridges. The road that killed thousands during construction may become impassable altogether, driving the Hitasa. Road of Bones isn't just dangerous. It's haunted. Every kilometer passes over bodies. Every breath of cold air contains the suffering of those who built this route with their lives. Some drivers report seeing figures along the roadside, hitchhikers who vanish when approached, shadows that move against the wind, voices calling from the forest. Superstition? Psychological projection? Or something else? In a place where death touched so many, where suffering soaked into the ground itself, perhaps the boundary between past and present becomes permeable. The Road of Bones isn't just a highway, it's a memorial. It's a scar. It's a warning about what humans will do to each other in pursuit of wealth and power. Diamonds and permafrost. Mirny, the diamond crater. In western Yakutia lies Mirny, a city of 40,000 built around a hole in the earth, the Mir Mine, one of the largest diamond mines in the world. The open pit extends over 1,700 meters in diameter and 525 meters deep, descending in terraces that spiral into darkness. The mine was discovered in 1955 when Soviet geologists found kimberlite pipes, volcanic formations that bring diamonds from Earth's mantle to the surface. The discovery was classified as a state secret. The Soviet Union needed diamonds for industrial use, particularly in military applications. Mirny was built with astonishing speed, supplied by air since no roads existed. Mining in Yakutia's permafrost presented unique challenges. The ground was so hard that explosives designed for normal rock couldn't penetrate it. Engineers developed special charges that could fracture frozen ground, but explosions generated heat, which thawed permafrost, which turned the mine into a muddy morass. The solution was winter mining. Wait for the coldest months when everything refroze, then extract as much material as possible before spring. The pit grew deeper, year by year. Helicopters couldn't fly over it. The downdraft created dangerous air currents. In 2001, a helicopter attempting to cross the pit was sucked down by these currents and crashed, killing all aboard. After that, a no-fly zone was established. The open pit closed in 2001, but mining continues underground. Tunnels extend beneath the pit, following diamond-bearing kimberlite deeper into the earth. These underground operations present different challenges: groundwater seepage, structural stability, ventilation in confined spaces where air quality directly impacts survival. But the pit itself remains, a monument to industrial ambition and geological fortune. Proposals to fill it have been rejected. Too expensive, too complex. Proposals to convert it into a covered city or energy storage facility have been floated but never implemented. The pit simply exists, a circular void that can be seen from space, a testament to humanity's willingness to dig holes in the coldest, most hostile environment on Earth in search of crystallized carbon. Murni's existence depends entirely on diamonds. When the ore body is exhausted, the city will face the same question as every resource extraction town: what happens when the resource runs out? In most places, this question unfolds over decades. In Yakutia, where every supply must be imported, where infrastructure requires constant maintenance, the question is more urgent. The diamonds that built Murni may also doom it. Ice Age, preserved mammoth graveyard. Yakutia is the world's premier source of mammoth remains. Every year, thawing permafrost exposes woolly mammoths, preserved so completely that their flesh, fur, and internal organs remain intact after 40,000 years. The mammoth ivory trade is substantial. Mammoth tusks, legal to collect and sell unlike elephant ivory, command high prices from carvers and collectors. Yakutian hunters spend summers searching riverbanks and eroding cliffs for exposed ivory. A single large tusk can be worth tens of thousands of dollars. But the most valuable finds are complete mammoths. Scientists pay substantial sums for intact specimens that can be studied. In 2013, a female mammoth recovered from Yakutia was so well preserved that blood was extracted from her veins. The blood had been frozen in mid-circulation 40,000 years ago. These discoveries raised tantalizing questions about de-extinction. Could mammoth DNA be used to resurrect the species? Scientists have extracted viable DNA from Yakutian mammoths. The technology for cloning exists. The ethical questions are profound. Some researchers argue mammoths could help combat climate change. Large herbivores trampling Arctic tundra convert shrubland back to grassland, which reflects more sunlight and keeps permafrost frozen. Mammoths, engineered or resurrected, could perform this ecological function. Others argue de-extinction is hubris. We drove mammoths to extinction through hunting and climate change. Bringing them back addresses neither the ethics of extinction nor the climate crisis. It's technological showmanship, not conservation. Meanwhile, thawing permafrost continues to expose mammoths at accelerating rates. Rivers undermining frozen banks uncover tusks, bones, entire skeletons. Indigenous communities have collected mammoth ivory for centuries, but commercial hunting is relatively recent. The Saka people have complex traditions regarding mammoths. Some view them as sacred creatures whose remains should not be disturbed. Others see ivory as an economic resource that belongs to whoever finds it. Conflicts arise between traditional beliefs and economic necessity. What's undeniable is this: Yakutia is a time capsule. The permafrost preserved not just mammoths, but an entire ecosystem. Cave lions, woolly rhinoceroses, giant deer, steppe bison all emerge from melting ice, specimens so perfect they appear recently dead rather than ancient. Each discovery provides data about Ice Age ecology, climate, and extinction events. Each also signals how quickly permafrost is thawing. The mammoth graveyard is opening. What emerges will rewrite our understanding of the past. What the opening signifies for the future is far more troubling. The Batagaika crater. In northern Yakutia, the land has opened. The Batagaika crater, locally called the gateway to the underworld, is a massive thermokarst depression, a collapsed area where thawing permafrost has caused ground subsidence. The crater measures nearly a mile long and 300 feet deep, still expanding at rates of 10 to 30 meters per year. It began forming in the 1960s when forest was cleared for mining. Without tree cover to insulate the ground, permafrost began thawing. The ground collapsed. Once started, the process accelerated. Walking to the crater's edge reveals geological history. The exposed walls show layers of permafrost accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. Ice lenses the size of cars jut from cliff faces. Organic matter, frozen since before modern humans existed, thaws and decomposes, releasing millennia of accumulated carbon. The crater exposes specimens from multiple Ice Age periods. Researchers have recovered bones from ancient horses, bison, mammoths, and smaller animals. Tree trunks from forests that grew 200,000 years ago emerge perfectly preserved. Pollen samples reveal what plants grew during different climate periods. But the crater is also terrifying. It demonstrates how quickly landscape can change when permafrost thaws. What was solid ground becomes void in decades. The crater's expansion threatens a nearby highway. If the highway is cut, communities beyond will be isolated. Locals avoid the crater when possible. Superstitions hold that it's cursed, that disturbing it brings misfortune. Scientists studying it sometimes report unease, a feeling of wrongness, of witnessing something that shouldn't be happening. The Batagaika crater is a preview. As climate warms, similar craters will appear across Yakutia and other permafrost regions. The ground we assumed solid is hollow, honeycombed with ice that's beginning to melt. When it does, the landscape collapses into voids that grow year by year. We're witnessing the beginning of a transformation that will reshape northern landscapes. The frozen ground that defined these regions for millennia is disappearing. What replaces it, we're only beginning to understand. Ancient viruses and bacteria. Yakutian permafrost doesn't just preserve large animals. It preserves microorganisms, bacteria, viruses, fungi, frozen in midlife 40,000 years ago or longer. French scientists studying permafrost samples from Yakutia discovered viable bacteria frozen for 3 million years. When thawed, the bacteria resumed metabolic activity. They weren't fossils. They were dormant, waiting for warmth to return. More disturbingly, giant viruses have been recovered from Yakutian permafrost. Viruses of types unknown to modern science, some capable of infecting amoebas, others of unknown host specificity. These viruses were frozen for 30,000 years. When thawed in laboratory conditions, they became active again. This raises alarming questions. What else is frozen in permafrost? What diseases affected Ice Age animals and humans? What pathogens were circulating 40,000 years ago? Could ancient diseases, for which modern humans have no immunity, emerge as permafrost thaws? The scenario isn't theoretical. In 2016, an anthrax outbreak in Yakutia killed thousands of reindeer and hospitalized dozens of people. The source was traced to a thawed reindeer carcass that had died of anthrax decades earlier. The bacteria, frozen in permafrost, became viable when the carcass thawed during an unusually warm summer. If anthrax can survive decades frozen, what about viruses? What about bacteria that were common 40,000 years ago but went extinct after the Ice Age? What novel pathogens might permafrost contain? Scientists studying this phenomenon exercise extreme caution. Samples are handled in biosafety facilities. Procedures prevent accidental release. But natural thawing of permafrost requires no safety protocols. What emerges from melting ground does so without human oversight. The Yakutian permafrost is a biological archive. It preserves genetic material from extinct organisms, data about ancient ecosystems, and potentially active pathogens from disease outbreaks millennia past. As this archive thaws, its contents are released into modern environments. We're conducting an uncontrolled experiment in microbiology. The results could range from academically interesting to catastrophic. The Yana rhinoceros horn site. In northern Yakutia, archaeologists discovered the Yana rhinoceros horn site, evidence of human habitation dating to 30,000 years ago, the oldest known human settlement in the Arctic. The site, preserved by permafrost, contained stone tools, ivory needles, and weapons made from mammoth tusks and woolly rhinoceros horn. These weren't crude implements. These were sophisticated tools requiring advanced manufacturing techniques. The site's significance extends beyond age. It demonstrates that humans adapted to Arctic conditions far earlier than previously believed. 30,000 years ago, this region was experiencing Ice Age conditions even harsher than today's climate. Yet humans not only survived, they thrived, developing specialized tools and techniques for cold weather hunting and living. The preservation is extraordinary. Organic materials that would have decayed in normal conditions remained frozen. Wooden tool handles, sinew cordage, leather fragments, all preserved well enough to study construction techniques used by Ice Age hunters. Recent analysis of DNA from the site revealed genetic material from humans, mammoths, and other animals. The human DNA showed populations that no longer exist, genetic lineages that disappeared during subsequent migrations and population changes. The Yana site raises profound questions. How did these early humans survive? What clothing technologies did they develop? How did they maintain fire in conditions where wood was scarce? What social structures allowed cooperation necessary for survival? We're only beginning to understand. The site is remote, accessible only by helicopter for brief summer periods. Excavation is difficult. Permafrost must be carefully thawed without destroying artifacts. Each season reveals new artifacts, new insights into human adaptation to extreme cold. But climate change threatens the site. As permafrost thaws, artifacts are exposed to decomposition. The same thawing that reveals new material also destroys it. Archaeologists race against time, excavating what they can before irreplaceable evidence of human history degrades beyond recovery. The Yana site demonstrates human resilience. Our ancestors conquered the coldest habitable regions of Earth with Stone Age technology. That same site now demonstrates our vulnerability. Climate change of our own making destroys the evidence of past survival. The Saka people, horse culture in the frozen north. The Saka people, also called Yakuts, are Turkic pastoralists who migrated north from Central Asia centuries ago, bringing horse culture to the Arctic. This should have been impossible. Horses are not Arctic animals. Yet the Saka not only brought horses to Yakutia, they developed breeds specifically adapted to extreme cold. The Yakutian horse is a stocky, hardy animal covered in winter coat so thick it resembles fur. These horses can withstand temperatures of -60 degrees Celsius. They dig through snow to reach frozen grass beneath. They survive on forage that would starve other horses. For the Saka, horses are not just transportation or food, they're sacred animals, central to cultural identity and spiritual practice. The mare's milk fermented into kumis is a traditional drink. Horse meat sustains families through winter. Horse hide provides clothing and shelter material. But horses also represent connection to warmer southern origins. Maintaining horse herds in Yakutia requires enormous effort, building shelters, storing feed, protecting animals from wolves and bears. That the Saka persisted in this effort, generation after generation, demonstrates cultural commitment beyond practical necessity. Traditional Saka society was organized around horse herding. Wealthy families owned large herds. Social status correlated with horse numbers. Marriages involved horse-based dowries. Even today, among Saka maintaining traditional lifestyles, horses remain central to identity. The Aishek festival, the Saka New Year celebration, centers on horses. Kumis is blessed and drunk communally. Horse races demonstrate riding skill. Traditional epic poems recount legendary horses and their riders. The festival occurs at summer solstice, the briefest night of the year, celebrating light's victory over winter darkness. But climate change affects horse culture. Winters are becoming more unpredictable. Sudden thaws followed by refreezing create ice layers that horses can't break through to reach grass. Summer droughts reduce available forage. Changing conditions force adaptations to practices refined over centuries. Younger Saka increasingly move to cities, pursuing educations and careers incompatible with horse herding. Traditional knowledge, how to read weather signs, how to treat horse ailments with traditional medicine, how to survive on the land, passes away with elders. The Saka horse culture survived Russian colonization, Soviet collectivization, and 5 centuries of extreme climate. Whether it survives modernity and climate change remains uncertain. Reindeer nomads. While the Saka brought horse culture north, indigenous peoples like the Evenks, Evens, and Yukagir practiced reindeer nomadism, following herds across tundra and taiga in seasonal migrations spanning hundreds of kilometers. Reindeer nomadism is perfectly adapted to Arctic conditions. Reindeer provide transportation, food, clothing, and shelter material. They require no stored feed. They forage on lichen and tundra vegetation. They move constantly, preventing overgrazing. The lifestyle requires no permanent infrastructure, making it resilient to environmental change. But this lifestyle is disappearing. Soviet policies forced nomads into settlements, disrupting migration patterns. Modern borders and industrial development, mining, pipelines, roads, fragment traditional routes. Younger generations prefer settled life with modern conveniences. Climate change presents new challenges. Warming temperatures extend the range of parasites that afflict reindeer. Changed snow conditions make traditional migration routes impassable. Thawing permafrost creates unstable ground that injures animals. Yet some Evenk and Even families maintain nomadic traditions. They move with their herds, living in portable tents, following patterns their ancestors established. For them, this isn't poverty or backwardness. It's cultural continuity, spiritual practice, and practical adaptation to environment. Anthropologists and activists work to document and preserve nomadic knowledge before it disappears. Traditional ecological knowledge, understanding animal behavior, predicting weather, identifying edible and medicinal plants, represents centuries of accumulated wisdom. This knowledge is invaluable for understanding Arctic ecosystems, yet it exists mostly in memories of elders. The tragedy is this. As climate change accelerates, traditional knowledge about adapting to Arctic conditions becomes more valuable precisely as it disappears. We're losing adaptability at the moment we need it most. Saka language and oral tradition. The Saka language, a Turkic language unrelated to Russian, survives as a vibrant living language spoken by nearly 500,000 people. This survival is remarkable given Russian language dominance and Soviet-era policies discouraging minority languages. Saka has complex grammatical structures reflecting the culture's relationship with environment. Multiple words describe different types of snow, ice, and cold. Verb tenses encode not just when something happened, but how the speaker knows it happened, direct observation versus hearsay. The language preserves oral tradition, epic poems. Called Olanko, some lasting many hours in performance, recount legendary heroes, supernatural beings, and creation myths. These epics were transmitted orally for centuries, memorized and performed by specialized storytellers. UNESCO recognized Olanko as a masterpiece of the oral and intangible heritage of humanity. But the tradition faces extinction. Few young people learn the epics. The memorization skills required, holding tens of thousands of lines of poetry in memory, are becoming rare. Recordings preserve performances, but recordings aren't living tradition. The Saka language also contains shamanic vocabulary, words for spirits, rituals, and altered states of consciousness. Traditional Saka spirituality involved shamans who mediated between human and spirit worlds, traveling through cosmic layers during trance states induced by drumming and chanting. Soviet authorities suppressed shamanism as superstition. Shamans were arrested or killed. Sacred objects were destroyed. The practice went underground, preserved secretly by families who continued traditions despite persecution. Since the Soviet collapse, Saka shamanism has experienced revival. New shamans claim inheritance of traditional powers. Tourists attend ceremonies. But anthropologists debate authenticity. How much current practice represents unbroken tradition versus reconstruction based on fragmentary records? The question may be unanswerable. What matters is that Saka people are reclaiming spiritual practices that connect them to ancestors and land. In a region undergoing catastrophic environmental change, these spiritual connections provide cultural continuity and psychological resilience. Traditional Saka architecture. The traditional Saka dwelling, called a balagan, is an architectural marvel of cold climate adaptation. Built from logs with sloped roof and earthen insulation, the balagan was designed to conserve heat while allowing smoke escape. The structure is partially underground, with earthen walls providing insulation. The roof, covered with birch bark and sod, offers additional thermal protection. Inside, a central hearth provides heat and cooking fire. Sleeping platforms along walls keep people elevated above cold floor level. But the most distinctive feature is the entrance, a low tunnel requiring people to crawl, preventing cold air infiltration. This design principle, minimizing openings, creating airlocks, appears in traditional Arctic architecture worldwide, developed independently by cultures facing similar challenges. Soviet authorities discouraged balagani, considering them primitive. They built standard Soviet housing, concrete apartment blocks designed for moderate climates, completely unsuited to permafrost conditions. These buildings cracked, tilted, required enormous heating costs, and represented cultural erasure disguised as modernization. Today, few traditional balagani remain. Some exist as museum pieces or tourist attractions. A handful are maintained by families preserving traditional lifestyles. But practical knowledge of balagan construction is disappearing with elders who remember building them. Ironically, modern architects are rediscovering principles embedded in traditional design. Passive solar heating, earth insulation, minimized thermal bridges. The balagan, dismissed as primitive, embodied sophisticated understanding of thermodynamics. Some contemporary Saka architects are creating new designs that honor traditional principles while incorporating modern materials and conveniences. These hybrid structures attempt to bridge cultural continuity and contemporary needs, creating architecture that's both Saka and modern. This architectural renaissance represents broader pattern. Indigenous knowledge, suppressed as backward, is being recognized as containing solutions to contemporary problems. The ancestors who developed strategies for extreme cold survival weren't primitive. They were engineers responding to environmental challenges with available materials and accumulated wisdom. We dismissed their solutions. Now we're desperately trying to remember what was lost. Lena River, the frozen artery. The mighty Lena. The Lena River, fourth longest in the world, dominates Yakutian landscape and life. Rising in mountains near Lake Baikal, the Lena flows 4,400 kilometers north through Yakutia to the Arctic Ocean, draining an area larger than Western Europe. For 8 to 9 months annually, the Lena is frozen solid. Ice thickness reaches 2 to 3 meters, strong enough to support trucks carrying supplies to remote communities. The frozen river becomes a highway, smoothest and often only route to settlements with no road access. But the spring breakup is catastrophic. As temperatures rise, ice begins melting from beneath while surface remains frozen. Pressure builds. Eventually, ice cracks with explosive force. Massive ice flows weighing hundreds of tons crash downstream, destroying anything in their path. Ice jams form when flows accumulate at river bends or narrows, creating temporary dams. Water backs up behind these jams, flooding surrounding areas. When jams break, walls of water surge downstream with devastating force. Communities along the Lena have been destroyed repeatedly by breakup flooding. Yet, people return. They rebuild. The Lena provides transportation, water, fish. Life without the river is impossible. Life with the river requires accepting periodic destruction as the price of residence. Climate change is altering breakup patterns. Earlier melting creates different ice dynamics. Increased water volume from thawing permafrost means larger floods. Some communities are relocating to higher ground. Others fortify against floods they know will worsen. The Lena also reveals geological history. The Lena Pillars, a series of vertical rock formations along the river, rise up to 100 meters high, ancient limestone cliffs carved by erosion into fantastic shapes. These pillars contain fossils from the Cambrian period, when this region was tropical seabed. Walking among the Lena Pillars feels like traveling through geological time. Each layer represents millions of years of deposition. Each fossil shows life forms long extinct. The pillars demonstrate how radically climate can change, from tropical ocean to frozen tundra, over geological timescales. Now we're inducing similar changes over human timescales. The question is whether we can adapt as successfully as the rocks. River communities. Along the Lena River, dozens of small communities survive in extreme isolation. Many have no road access. They're supplied by boat during brief summer navigation season and by winter road over frozen river. These communities maintain existence through a combination of subsistence activities, fishing, hunting, gathering, and government subsidies. Life is difficult, supplies are expensive, medical care is minimal, young people leave at first opportunity, yet some residents wouldn't live anywhere else. They cite connection to land, traditional lifestyle, and freedom from urban pressures. In cities, they say, people are crowded but lonely. Here, populations are sparse, but everyone knows everyone. Community bonds are strong because survival depends on mutual aid. Winter isolation can be psychologically challenging. Months of darkness, temperatures preventing outdoor activity, limited communication with outside world. Some residents develop seasonal depression. Others thrive in the quiet, using long winter for crafts, reading, or spiritual practice. The spring river breakup is celebrated as a festival. When ice begins moving, entire communities gather to watch, cheering as winter's grip breaks. The event marks transition from isolation to connection, from endurance to renewal. But these communities face existential threats. Climate change is making river navigation more unpredictable. Floods are becoming more severe. Permafrost thaw is destabilizing buildings. Government subsidies are declining as Russian federal budgets tighten. Some demographers predict these communities will be abandoned within a generation. Others argue they'll persist as long as people choose traditional lifestyles over urban alternatives. The truth likely lies between. Some communities will endure, others will fade, the choice depending on complex factors including individual determination, government support, and climate impacts. Fish of the frozen river. The Lena River hosts unique fish species adapted to extreme cold. The Siberian sturgeon, one of the largest freshwater fish, migrates up the Lena to spawn. These ancient fish, largely unchanged for millions of years, can live over a century and grow to enormous size. But overfishing and habitat destruction have decimated sturgeon populations. The Lena once teemed with them. Now, catching a large sturgeon is rare. Conservation efforts attempt to restore populations, but success is limited by continued illegal fishing and environmental degradation. Other species, whitefish, omul, nelma, provides subsistence for river communities. Ice fishing sustains families through winter. Holes are drilled through thick ice, nets lowered into frigid water. Fish, when pulled out, freeze solid within minutes. These fish have antifreeze proteins in their blood, allowing survival in water temperatures that would kill most species. Their flesh, when eaten raw and frozen, a traditional delicacy called stroganina, tastes remarkably different from thawed fish, with a texture and flavor impossible to replicate by freezing fresh fish. Climate change affects fish populations. Warming water stresses cold-adapted species. Altered river flow patterns disrupt spawning. Increased permafrost thaw introduces sediment that smothers spawning grounds. The fish that sustained human populations for millennia face uncertain futures. The Delta. Where the Lena empties into the Arctic Ocean, the river fragments into hundreds of channels, creating one of the world's largest river deltas. The Lena Delta covers 32,000 square kilometers of wetlands, lakes, and islands, a vast wilderness supporting millions of migratory birds. The Delta is a biological hotspot. Despite extreme cold, the brief summer explosion of life is spectacular. Waterfowl arrive by the millions to breed. Arctic foxes hunt nesting birds. Fish move through channels. The landscape transforms from frozen wasteland to teeming ecosystem in weeks. But the Delta is also ground zero for climate change impacts. Permafrost thaw is dramatically altering landscape. Islands are eroding into the Arctic Ocean at rates of several meters per year. New channels form as ice-rich permafrost melts and collapses. The Delta's geography is transforming visibly year to year. Scientists use the Lena Delta as a natural laboratory for studying permafrost thaw and its consequences. Research stations monitor ground temperature, methane emissions, erosion rates, and ecosystem changes. The data is sobering. Changes are occurring faster than predicted by models. Indigenous communities in the Delta face impossible choices. Their settlements, built on permafrost, are collapsing. They can relocate, abandoning ancestral lands, or stay and continuously repair damage. Neither option is sustainable long-term. The Lena Delta demonstrates a harsh truth. Arctic ecosystems adapted to extreme cold are proving extremely vulnerable to even modest warming. The resilience that allowed life to persist through harsh conditions doesn't translate to resilience against rapid change. Modern Yakutia, Yakutsk, permafrost. Metropolis. Yakutsk, with 300,000 residents, is the world's coldest major city. It's also one of the fastest growing, attracting migrants from across Russia and beyond, drawn by diamond mining jobs and relatively high wages. The city presents surreal contrasts. Modern apartment towers stand on stilts like mechanical giants. Shopping malls compete with any in Moscow, their heated interiors a stark contrast to -50 outside. Traffic jams form at -40, cars running continuously, drivers wearing fur hats and heavy coats even for brief trips. Winter in Yakutsk is a battle against cold. Buses run constantly. If they stop, engines freeze. Cars must be plugged into electrical heating posts overnight. Outdoor markets sell frozen fish stacked like cordwood, frozen milk in blocks, frozen meat that must be sawed rather than cut. Yet life continues normally by local standards. Children attend school unless temperatures drop below -50. Businesses operate. People socialize. There's a saying, there's no bad weather, only bad clothing. Yakutsk residents invest heavily in clothing. Fur coats, fur hats, insulated boots. Proper clothing makes -40 merely uncomfortable rather than deadly. The city has developed unique cultural identity. Yakutsk hosts theaters, museums, and universities. The Saka Theater performs traditional and contemporary works in the Saka language. The Mammoth Museum displays Ice Age specimens. The Melnikov Permafrost Institute attracts scientists worldwide. But Yakutsk faces existential crisis. Permafrost thaw is accelerating. Buildings are collapsing. Infrastructure is failing. The city requires constant, expensive maintenance just to remain habitable. Long-term sustainability is questionable. Some planners advocate controlled retreat, gradually relocating population to more stable locations. Others propose massive infrastructure investment, essentially rebuilding the city with foundations designed for thawing permafrost. Both options are politically and economically difficult. Meanwhile, residents cope. They repair buildings, they adapt, they persist. Yakutsk has survived for nearly 4 centuries. Residents believe it will survive this challenge too. Whether belief translates to reality remains uncertain. Diamond industry dominance. The diamond industry dominates Yakutian economy. Alrosa, the Russian diamond company, operates multiple mines across Yakutia, producing over 90% of Russia's diamonds and 25% of global supply. The industry employs tens of thousands directly and supports entire towns. Mirny, Udakshny, Ikhal, cities that exist solely to house miners and support staff. These are company towns in the purest sense. Alrosa built them, maintains them, employs nearly all residents. Wages are high by Russian standards, benefits are generous, but life is controlled. Housing is allocated, employment is dependent on company policy, dissent can mean job loss, which means forced relocation since no alternative employment exists. The industry's environmental record is mixed. Open pit mining creates enormous landscape scars. Underground mining generates waste rock and contaminated water. Processing facilities discharge pollutants, but Alrosa also invests in environmental monitoring and remediation, partly from genuine concern, partly from public relations necessity. Climate change complicates operations. Thawing permafrost makes mining more dangerous and expensive. Infrastructure requires more frequent repair. Supply routes become less reliable. The frozen ground that preserved diamond-bearing kimberlite for millions of years is becoming a liability rather than merely an obstacle. Alrosa is adapting. New mines are designed for thawing conditions. Processing facilities are being relocated to more stable ground. But adaptation has limits. If permafrost thaw continues accelerating, some operations may become economically unviable. The diamond industry built modern Yakutia. It may also determine Yakutia's future. Whether the region thrives, adapts, or declines depends partly on whether diamond extraction remains profitable in changing climate. Education and youth flight. Yakutia has strong educational institutions. Northeastern Federal University in Yakutsk is the largest university in northeastern Russia, offering programs in science, humanities, and professional fields. Students come from across Russia and neighboring countries. But a pattern persists. Young people leave. They study in Yakutsk or further south, then don't return. The pull of warmer climates, more diverse economies, and cultural amenities is strong. Parents invest in children's education, knowing education means departure. This brain drain threatens Yakutian future. The skilled professionals needed for economic diversification and adaptation to climate change are leaving. Villages lose their young adults. Urban areas age. Birth rates decline below replacement level in many communities. Government initiatives attempt to reverse the trend. Subsidies for young professionals who return. Housing assistance. Preference in hiring for local residents. But these measures compete against powerful forces, opportunity, climate, cultural pull of major cities. Some young people do return, motivated by connection to homeland, family obligations, or desire to contribute to Sakha culture preservation. These returnees often become community leaders, teachers, activists. Their choice to return is countercultural, requiring justification to peers who view departure as natural progression. The tension between leaving and staying defines young Yakutian identity. Social media allows departed youth to maintain connections, participate virtually in home communities. But virtual participation isn't presence. It doesn't address depopulation's practical consequences. Yakutia's greatest resource isn't diamonds or gold, it's people. If demographic trends continue, the region faces future where vast wealth in ground cannot be extracted because insufficient population remains to do the work. Tourism in the cold. Yakutia has begun developing extreme cold tourism. Visitors pay substantial sums to experience -50, to stay in ice hotels, to photograph frost-covered landscapes, and the whisper of stars. The tourism pitch is simple. Experience Earth's coldest inhabited place. Walk where few tourists venture. Test yourself against cold that must be experienced to be believed. Photography opportunities are unmatched. Landscapes, ice formations, traditional culture. Tour companies offer packages. Visit Oymyakon, meet reindeer herders, try traditional Saka food, witness ice fishing. Some tours include cultural performances, throat singing, epic poem recitation, shamanic ceremonies, staged for tourists but based on traditional practice. The economic benefit is modest but growing. Tourism provides alternative employment, encourages cultural preservation, builds international awareness. Indigenous communities can monetize traditional knowledge and practices, creating incentive for younger generations to learn them. But tourism has complications. The very cold that attracts tourists is dangerous. Tour operators must ensure safety while delivering authentic experience. The infrastructure for cold weather tourism is minimal. Few hotels outside Yakutsk, limited transportation, emergency services stretch thin. Climate change is also affecting tourism. Warmer winters mean less extreme cold. The pole of cold designation may become less meaningful if temperatures moderate. Paradoxically, tourism marketing based on extreme cold may accelerate the warming that undermines it. Air travel emissions, infrastructure construction, energy consumption all contribute to climate change. Some Saka activists oppose tourism expansion, arguing it commodifies culture and disrupts traditional life. Others support it as economic opportunity and cultural preservation tool. The debate mirrors broader tensions between economic development and cultural environmental protection. Indigenous rights and resource extraction. Yakutia's indigenous peoples, Saka, Evenks, Evans, Yukagir, and others, have complex legal status. The Saka Republic has substantial autonomy within Russian Federation, with Saka language having official status alongside Russian. But autonomy has limits. Resource extraction decisions are made in Moscow. Mining operations proceed without indigenous consultation. Traditional territories are appropriated with minimal compensation. Legal protections for indigenous rights exist on paper but are weakly enforced. The Saka, being majority population in the Republic, have more political power than smaller indigenous groups. Evenk and even communities, numbering in thousands rather than hundreds of thousands, have less influence. Their traditional territories are remote, making resource extraction easier to impose without urban Saka witnessing impacts. Recent conflicts have erupted over mining expansion. Indigenous communities block roads, petition authorities, organize protests. They're motivated by environmental concerns and cultural preservation, but also by economic grievances, seeing wealth extracted from their lands while receiving minimal benefit. The Russian government's response has been mixed. Some concessions have been made: increased compensation, environmental mitigation requirements, consultation procedures. But fundamental power dynamics haven't changed. The state controls resources. Indigenous peoples can petition but not prevent extraction. Climate change adds urgency. As permafrost thaws, traditional hunting and herding territories become unusable. Indigenous communities need alternative economies, but alternatives require capital, infrastructure, and political support, all in short supply. Some indigenous activists frame climate change as continuation of colonialism, external forces imposing changes that devastate indigenous life without consent or compensation. Others focus on practical adaptation, seeking resources and support for communities to adjust to changing conditions. The common thread is determination to survive. Indigenous peoples of Yakutia survived Russian conquest, Soviet oppression, and 5 centuries of resource extraction. They intend to survive climate change too. Whether they can depends partly on actions of governments and corporations, partly on their own resilience and adaptation.
Altai, nomads of the frozen mountains. The Altai Mountains rise where four nations meet: Russia, Kazakhstan, Mongolia, and China. A knot of peaks and valleys that has served as a crossroads, battleground, and refuge for thousands of years. This is not the highest mountain range in the world, nor the longest, but it may be the most consequential. From these mountains came the Turkic peoples, the Mongol hordes, waves of migration and conquest that shaped Eurasia. The Altai was always more than geography. It was an origin point, a place where cultures were born before spreading across continents. The name itself means golden mountains in Turkic languages, though no one is certain what the gold refers to. The autumn colors, mineral deposits, or something more metaphorical. The range stretches roughly 2,000 kilometers through Central Asia, with elevations reaching over 4,500 meters. Glaciers cling to the highest peaks, feeding rivers that flow into deserts and steppes, bringing life to regions that would otherwise be uninhabitable. This is a nomad country. Not the romantic version from stories, but the real thing. People who move with seasons and animals, who live in felt tents heated by dried dung, who measure wealth in livestock and distance in days of travel. The Altai Kazakh, the Altai people themselves, the Tuvans, the Mongols, different groups, different languages, but united by a way of life that predates nations, borders, and the modern world's insistence on settlement and permanence. The mountains here are not particularly cold by Siberian standards. Winter temperatures average -20 to -30 degrees Celsius. Harsh but survivable with proper preparation. What makes the Altai extreme is remoteness, the sheer difficulty of accessing valleys that may be days from the nearest road. This is also contested territory. Russia controls the north, Kazakhstan the west, Mongolia the south, China the east. This is the Altai, golden mountains, ancient crossroads, homeland of peoples who refuse to stay in one place. Gorno-Altaysk, the capital between worlds. Gorno-Altaysk, capital of Russia's Altai Republic, sits in a valley at 280 meters elevation, surrounded by mountains that rise to 4,000 meters. Population 65,000. It's the only real city in a region the size of Portugal. This is where nomadic culture meets Russian administration, where indigenous Altai people navigate bureaucracy designed by and for settled peoples, where traditional life and modern demands collide daily. The city was founded in 1830 as a Russian Orthodox mission, part of the empire's effort to convert and control indigenous populations. It worked, partially. Many Altai converted, at least nominally. Though traditional beliefs persisted beneath Christian veneers, shamanism, reverence for sacred mountains, rituals tied to livestock and seasons, these never fully disappeared, just became hidden or syncretic, blending Christian saints with older spirits. The architecture is Soviet, concrete apartment blocks, wide streets, a central square dominated by a statue that's been replaced twice as political winds shifted. There's little here that's distinctly Altai, except the people themselves and the National Museum, which houses artifacts from Pazyryk burials. Frozen tombs from the 5th century BCE that preserved textiles, tattoos, and mummified remains showing remarkable continuity with later nomadic cultures. The city serves as gateway to the mountains. Tourists come here before heading into backcountry. Outfitters operate from here. Government agencies coordinate from here. But it's also where Altai people come when they can no longer sustain nomadic life, when they need medical care, when their children require education beyond what's available in remote valleys. It's a place of transition, of leaving one world for another, often permanently. Winter temperatures drop to -25 degrees Celsius. Spring comes late, autumn is brief. The city exists in the mountain's shadow, literally and figuratively. The peaks are always visible, always present, a reminder of what's beyond the pavement and power lines. Some residents maintain connections to nomadic relatives, visiting in summer, helping with migrations. Others have severed those ties entirely, becoming urban Russians who happen to be ethnically Altai, language and culture reduced to festivals and museums. The Altai language is endangered. Russian dominates education, media, government, commerce. Children learn Altai in school as a subject, not as their primary language. The result is predictable. Each generation speaks less fluently than the last. Vocabulary shrinks. Eventually, only the elderly remember idioms and songs that expressed concepts Russian can't capture. Gorno-Altaisk is a practical necessity, the compromise between maintaining ethnic identity and accessing modern services. But it's also evidence of nomadism's slow death. Once people settle, they rarely return to the mountains. The city is comfortable, easier, full of opportunities that don't exist in yurts. The trade-off seems obvious until you realize what's being traded. Not just a way of life, but a relationship to land, animals, and seasons that shaped human culture for most of history. The city endures, grows slowly, absorbs more people from the mountains each year. The mountains remain, indifferent to who lives in them or who leaves. Gorno-Altaisk stands between neither fully traditional nor fully modern. The Yukok Plateau. The quiet lands at the extreme south of the Altai, where Russia, Kazakhstan, Mongolia, and China nearly meet. The Yukok Plateau rises to 2,500 meters, a high grassland plateau known in Altai as Uchmer, the Quiet Lands, or Lands of the End. This is sacred territory, revered for millennia, still largely empty of permanent human presence. Winter here is brutal, -35 degrees Celsius. winds that reach 140 kilometers per hour, snow that buries everything for 8 months. The plateau is famous for the Pazyryk burials, ancient tombs where permafrost preserved bodies, textiles, and artifacts in extraordinary detail. The most famous is the Ice Maiden, discovered in 1993. A woman buried 2,500 years ago with elaborate tattoos, silk clothing, and horses sacrificed for her journey to the afterlife. Her removal from the plateau caused controversy. Many Altai people believe disturbing these graves brings misfortune. And indeed, shortly after her excavation, the region experienced earthquakes and floods that locals attributed to ancestral anger. The Ice Maiden now rests in a museum in Novosibirsk, though there have been calls for her return. The Altai people view the Ukok as dwelling place of spirits, a landscape too powerful for casual presence. Few live here permanently. Some nomadic herders bring livestock in summer. Border guards patrol, scientists study, but mostly it's empty. Wind-scoured, a place that feels less like land and more like threshold between worlds. The permafrost that preserved ancient tombs is thawing. Archaeological sites that remained frozen for millennia are now degrading. Evidence disappearing before it can be studied. Climate change is erasing history here, literally melting it into mud. The scientists scramble to document what's emerging before it's lost, knowing they're in a race they'll eventually lose. The plateau is designated as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, protected on paper, vulnerable in practice. Illegal mining occurs in remote valleys, gold mostly, extracted by operations that leave scars visible from space. The borders here are porous, enforcement minimal, the economic incentive for extraction overwhelming local or international regulations. The quiet lands are being hollowed out, wealth removed, damage permanent. For the nomadic peoples who still use the Ukok seasonally, the changes are visceral. Pastures that supported livestock for centuries are degrading, vegetation patterns shifting, weather becoming unpredictable, the knowledge accumulated over generations. Where to move when, which valleys provide the best grazing, how to predict storms, becomes less reliable each year. The land is changing faster than culture can adapt. The Ukok teaches humility. It's too high, too cold, too remote for comfortable human habitation. It tolerates presence, but doesn't encourage it. The people who come here do so with respect, aware they're guests in a landscape that belongs primarily to wind, stone, and spirits. That relationship, humans as temporary visitors rather than permanent owners, is what the Altai culture understood and what modernity struggles to accept. The quiet lands remain quiet mostly. The burial sites hold their remaining secrets. The permafrost thaws. The borders remain contested. And the plateau itself, ancient, beautiful, indifferent, continues its existence, outlasting the peoples and nations that claim it. Waiting for the day when human presence becomes once again seasonal and fleeting. Koshagach, the coldest town. At 1,750 meters elevation in the Altai Republic's southeastern corner, Koshagach is one of the coldest inhabited places in Russia outside of Siberia. Winter temperatures drop to -45 degrees Celsius, and the town holds the record for coldest temperature in the Altai, -62 degrees Celsius, measured in 1969. Population 7,000, mostly ethnic Kazakhs and Altai people, it exists as a service center for the surrounding steppe. Harsh, dry, windy terrain, where nomadic herding is the only viable livelihood. The town's name means farewell to the trees in Altai, and is accurate. This is where the forest ends and the high-altitude steppe begins. The landscape is severe, rolling grasslands, distant mountains, sky that dominates everything. In winter, the wind is relentless, scouring snow from the ground, creating drifts that bury roads and buildings. In summer, dust storms reduce visibility to meters, the dry earth lifted and hurled by winds that never entirely cease. Koshagach serves as winter base for many nomadic families who live in yurts in the surrounding mountains and steppe during warmer months. When temperatures drop too far, when snow becomes too deep, they come to town. Children enrolled in school, families crowded into small apartments or staying with relatives, waiting for spring when they can return to their herds. It's a compromise between nomadic tradition and modern necessity. A pattern repeated across the Altai, wherever indigenous peoples try to maintain traditional lives while accessing services that require settlement. The town has a haunted quality, half occupied even when technically full. Buildings standing empty or barely used, streets that feel abandoned even in daylight. It's a place people come to when they must, not where they want to be. The surrounding steppe is home. Koshagach is just shelter from the worst of winter. A temporary concession to cold that even the most hardened nomads can't entirely endure intense. The road through Koshagach connects Russia to Mongolia. The Chusky Tract, one of the most scenic and dangerous highways in Central Asia. It's paved now, maintained somewhat, but still subject to landslides, winter closures, sections where one side is cliff face and the other is drop into nothing. Truck drivers use it to carry goods between countries. Tourists drive it for adventure. Locals use it because there's no alternative. The road is lifeline and hazard simultaneously, the only reliable connection to the outside world. Climate change is visible here in unexpected ways. Warmer winters sound beneficial, but they're not. Unpredictable freeze-thaw cycles create ice layers that livestock can't break through to reach grass beneath. The traditional knowledge of where to move animals, when to migrate to lower elevations, becomes unreliable. Herders lose animals, not from cold, but from starvation. Because the seasonal patterns their ancestors learned no longer hold. The younger generation is leaving, The town's schools are half empty. Teachers serve short contracts before requesting transfer to warmer, easier postings. There's little economic opportunity. Herding provides subsistence, but not prosperity. And the skills required don't translate to employment elsewhere. The children who leave for university in Gorno-Altaysk or Novosibirsk rarely return. They're not abandoning their culture. They're making rational choices about how to live in the 21st century. Koshagach will likely persist. It's strategically located, serves a function, and governments need presence in border regions. But it may become increasingly disconnected from the nomadic culture it was meant to support. A town for administrators, border guards, and seasonal workers, rather than a cultural center for peoples whose identity is tied to movement. The farewell to the trees may become farewell to much more. Belua Mountain, the sacred peak. Belua rises to 4,506 meters. The highest peak in the Altai and in Siberia. A massive pyramid of rock and ice visible from hundreds of kilometers away. The mountain's name means white in Russian, describing the perpetual snow and ice that cover its summit. For the indigenous Altai people, it's Uchsuma, the three-headed peak. And it's the most sacred mountain in their cosmology, dwelling place of spirits, axis mundi, connecting earth to sky. The mountain is forbidding. Glaciers descend from the summit in all directions. Ice falls and crevasses making ascent technical and dangerous. Weather changes without warning. Clear mornings become whiteouts by afternoon. Temperatures plummet. Wind makes advance impossible. Climbers die here regularly, mostly from falls or exposure. Sometimes from avalanches that sweep entire routes clean. The mountain does not welcome visitors, though it tolerates their presence when they show proper respect. Traditional Altai belief holds that Beluha should not be climbed. It's sacred, inviolate. Not a challenge to be conquered, but a spiritual presence to be revered from distance. Soviet mountaineers ignored this, made first ascent in 1914, turned the mountain into another peak to be checked off lists. Modern climbers come from around the world, most of them ignorant of or indifferent to local beliefs, focused on summit rather than significance. The tension between Western mountaineering culture and indigenous spiritual practice is ongoing and unresolved. Climbers see a beautiful, challenging peak. Altai people see desecration. Outsiders trampling sacred ground for ego and photos. The mountain itself seems indifferent. It kills climbers and shamans equally, grants summit success, and denies it without pattern. Operates by rules that humans project onto it, but that it never confirms. At the mountain's base, the Akkem Valley serves as approach and staging area. It's beautiful. alpine meadows, glacial streams, wildflowers in brief summer bloom, but also harsh. Frost can occur any night of the year, storms develop suddenly, the isolation is complete. A few research stations operate here seasonally. Mountain Rescue maintains a base, climbers camp while acclimatizing. No one lives here permanently. The altitude and cold make year-round habitation impossible without resources. No one is willing to invest. Climate change is visible in Beluga's glaciers. They're retreating, thinning, exposing rock that's been ice-covered for millennia. The climbing routes are changing as ice features disappear, making ascent more dangerous. The meltwater feeds rivers that millions depend on downstream. As glaciers shrink, those rivers' flow becomes more seasonal, less reliable. The mountain isn't just a spiritual symbol, it's a water tower, and its ice is both sacred and practical, diminishing in ways that will affect far more than mountaineers and shamans. For the Altai people, Beluga's changing glaciers are one more sign that the world is out of balance, that spirits are displeased, that the disrespect shown to sacred places has consequences. For scientists, it's measurable climate change, carbon in atmosphere warming the planet, ice responding to physical laws. Both explanations are true, both are insufficient. The mountain contains multitudes, geology, mythology, history, future uncertainty, and it refuses to be reduced to single meaning. Beluga endures, as mountains do, operating on timescales that make human presence momentary. The ice will melt or not, climbers will come or not. The Altai people will continue to revere it, or their culture will fade, and the mountain will become just another peak, beautiful and indifferent. The sacred exists whether anyone believes in it or not. The mountain confirms nothing, denies nothing, simply is. Hemu village at the edge of the forest. Hemu village lies far from administrative centers. Tucked deep in the Altai Mountains near the borderlands where China, Mongolia, and Russia nearly converge. It rests along the Hemu River at roughly 1,100 meters elevation. Surrounded by dense birch, larch, and pine forests that feel ancient and uninterrupted. Morning fog often settles low along the river, blurring the line between water, forest, and sky. The settlement is small, log houses with steep roofs, narrow dirt paths worn smooth by decades of foot traffic, fences built from rough timber, but culturally dense, inhabited primarily by the Tuva people. Whose presence here long predates modern borders. The Tuva of Hemu have traditionally lived as pastoralists, and the forest dwellers. Herding cattle and horses, hunting, fishing, and gathering in rhythms dictated by terrain, weather, and seasonal movement, rather than clocks or calendars. Shamanism is not preserved as folklore or performance. It remains functional and embedded in daily life. Spirit poles stand near homes. Blue ceremonial ribbons flutter from tree branches. And certain mountains, groves, and river bends are approached with caution and silence. The land is not an abstract resource. It is something listened to, negotiated with, and occasionally endured. Winter defines the village's limits and reveals its fragility. Temperatures fall below -30 degrees Celsius. Snow accumulates until rooftops seem to sink into the landscape. And access to the outside world narrows to a few rough routes that can close without warning. Daily life contracts inward. Families rely on stored food, livestock shelter, and tightly shared labor. Knowledge of weather shifts, animal behavior, and forest signs becomes critical. Survival depends less on technology than on memory. What worked before, what failed, what must never be forgotten. Summer reverses the village's isolation. Meadows open. Rivers swell with meltwater. Animals graze freely. And daylight stretches late into the evening. With the thaw comes tourism, photographers, hikers, and visitors drawn by the promise of an untouched mountain village. Wooden guest houses now line the riverbank. Horses are rented for short rides. Traditional clothing appears more frequently, sometimes worn for visitors rather than for weather or work. The income helps sustain the village, but it subtly reshapes it as well. Younger residents increasingly learn Mandarin alongside their native language and leave for education, employment, or modern conveniences unavailable here. Some return seasonally, others do not. Those who stay carry a growing burden. Maintaining homes, rituals, and livestock while the population thins. What visitors experience as timelessness is, in reality, a carefully maintained balance between living tradition and cultural display, continuity and quiet erosion. Hemu endures, but not unchanged. Smoke still rises from chimneys at dawn. Herds still move across familiar slopes. Rituals still mark births, deaths, and seasonal transitions. Yet each year, the pull of roads, markets, and distant cities grows stronger. At the edge of the forest, Hemu remains a rare place where land, belief, and survival are still tightly bound. Holding steady for now, even as the world presses closer. Chin, the land that remembers. Chin lies along the Chuya River corridor in the southeastern Altai Republic, far from forests and permanent settlements, where the mountains open into a broad, exposed basin of stone and wind. The name means Red Valley, and it is precise. Hills rise in long, layered bands of crimson, rust, ochre, pale grey, and chalky white. Their surfaces stripped bare by centuries of frost, wind, and seasonal runoff. From a distance, the land appears folded, as if immense pressure once bent the earth into sheets and then peeled them back, leaving the structure visible. These formations are ancient, far older than the mountains that surround them. The rock layers were deposited hundreds of millions of years ago, when this region lay beneath shallow seas and sediment slowly accumulated. Later, tectonic forces compressed and lifted those layers as continents collided. What erosion has done since is not destruction, but exposure. Parallel ridges, stepped slopes, and shallow valleys run in long, repeating lines, revealing the logic of the land with almost mathematical clarity. Nothing grows here in excess. Vegetation is sparse. Low grasses, small hardy plants clinging to cracks in the stone. There are no forests to interrupt the view, no tall features to dominate the horizon. Wind moves freely across the ridges, shaping sound and temperature alike. In summer, the ground holds heat and reflects light until the air shimmers. In winter, cold settles deeply into the rock, turning the valley into a silent, colorless expanse. Despite its emptiness, Chin is not neutral space. For the Altai people, it belongs to a sacred geography shaped by tradition rather than borders. Certain ridges are avoided, others approached cautiously. The openness is not inviting, it is instructive. There is no shelter here, no concealment. The land demands awareness and restraint simply by existing as it does. In recent years, the area has gained attention under the name Altai Mars, a label given by outsiders drawn to its otherworldly appearance. Visitors come for photographs, for scale, for novelty. They climb the ridges, trace the colored bands with their hands, move quickly through a place that resists human rhythm. The land absorbs this without reaction. Stone does not respond to curiosity. What Chin offers is not spectacle, but perspective. Each visible layer marks a different era of the planet, compressed into color and line. Standing here, time becomes tangible. Human presence feels brief, almost incidental. The ridges do not frame a view, they repeat endlessly. flattening the idea of progress or destination. Kizilchin does not comfort, explain, or invite return. It exists as evidence of pressure, movement, erosion, and endurance. In the Altai, where forests shelter life and rivers guide movement, this place remains stripped to structure, a quiet reminder that beneath culture, memory, and belief, the land carries a history that continues without regard for those who pass through it. The valley's silence is absolute, broken only by the occasional gust of wind carrying dust or small stones tumbling down a slope. Even the air feels dense with time, as if it remembers every layer that formed this strange, ordered chaos. To linger here is to feel the planet's persistence, its indifferent patience, its refusal to yield meaning or sentiment to the transient presence of humans. And yet, there is a subtle rhythm to Kizilchin, one that unfolds slowly to those willing to watch. Shadows crawl along the ridges, light refracts across layered surfaces, and the colors shift from pale gray to vivid red as the sun arcs across the sky. Life moves quietly in hidden corners. Tiny plants, insects, perhaps a fox or mountain goat. But the land itself remains the central actor, vast, patient, and unhurried. A testament to endurance far beyond human comprehension. Yakutia and the nomadic life. In the remote valleys south of Beluga, a few dozen families still practice full nomadism. Moving seasonally with livestock, living in yurts, maintaining a way of life largely unchanged for centuries. Yakutia is not a town but a general region, a gathering place name more than geographic designation, where nomadic Kazakhs and Altai people congregate during certain seasons, before dispersing again to their summer or winter pastures. These are the last true nomads of the Altai, not settled people who keep livestock, but people for whom movement is life's fundamental pattern. Spring in the low valleys where snow melts first and grass emerges. Summer in high meadows where heat is bearable and mosquitoes fewer. Autumn back to middle elevations where wind is less severe. Winter in protected valleys where animals can survive the cold. The cycle repeats, has repeated for generations, will repeat as long as anyone remains to continue it. The yurts, called gurs by Mongolian influence groups, are architectural marvels of efficiency. Felt walls over a collapsible wooden frame. Transportable by horse or camel, assembled in an hour, warm enough for -30 degrees Celsius if you keep the central stove fed with dried dung. No nails, no permanent materials, no attachment to place. A yurt is home because the people inside make it home, not because of location or structure. daily life is work: herding, milking, making dairy products, butchering, processing wool and hides, maintaining equipment, tracking animals, protecting them from predators. There's no leisure in the Western sense, but also no boss. No schedule imposed from outside, no disconnect between labor and its immediate purpose. You milk the animals because you need dairy. You move camp because pasture is depleted. The logic is direct, unmediated by markets or employers. The children grow up horseback, learning to ride before they walk steadily, becoming competent herders by age 10. Education is informal. Stories, songs, practical demonstrations of how to do everything necessary for survival. Reading and writing are less important than recognizing plants, understanding weather, managing livestock. This creates problem when governments require children to attend school, which means settling for at least part of the year, which means disrupting the nomadic pattern, which begins the erosion of culture. Marriage often happens between nomadic families. Maintaining networks that span hundreds of kilometers. A daughter marries into a family 3 valleys away. The families maintain connection through visits, shared labor during major migrations, helping each other when disaster strikes. These networks are social insurance, economic cooperation, cultural continuity. They depend on mobility. If families settle, the networks dissolve, and with them, a social structure that sustained communities for millennia. The herds are mixed, sheep primarily, but also goats, horses, sometimes yaks or cattle, depending on altitude and grazing conditions. Each animal serves multiple purposes: meat, milk, wool, transport, trade goods. A wealthy family owns hundreds of animals, a poor family dozens. The animals are wealth, but also burden. They must be protected, moved, fed, managed constantly. You don't own livestock so much as enter into relationship with them. Your survival depending on theirs and theirs, on your competent management. Predators are constant threat, wolves primarily, but also snow leopards at higher elevations, bears in the forested areas. Herders lose animals regularly, not from carelessness, but because predators are skilled and hungry, and no protection is perfect. The attitude toward predators is complex. They're threats to livelihood, but also respected as fellow survivors in harsh environment. Doing what they must as humans do what they must. Killing them is sometimes necessary, but never casual. Climate change affects nomadic life more than settled life. Killing them is sometimes necessary, but never casual. Climate change affects nomadic life more than settled life. The entire system depends on predictable, seasonal patterns. When spring comes late, low elevation pastures green up late, delaying first migration. When autumn snow arrives early, high pastures become inaccessible before animals have descended. When winter is warmer, ice layers form over grass, starving animals. The accumulated knowledge of where to go when becomes unreliable, and people lose animals, lose wealth, lose the buffer that allows them to continue nomadic life. The younger generation faces choice: maintain tradition that's increasingly difficult, economically marginal, physically demanding, or settle and access education, healthcare, economic opportunities. Most choose settlement, not because they reject nomadic culture, but because they want their children to have options. To not be trapped in lifestyle that's becoming untenable. The choice is pragmatic, understandable, and catastrophic for cultural continuity. The Altai Mountains are not wilderness. They have never been empty. For thousands of years, they have been homeland, mapped not with ink or stone markers, but with memory, movement, and repeated return. People here learned the land the way one learns a living being. By watching it closely, respecting its limits, and adapting to its moods. Valleys were known for when the grass emerged, ridgelines for how they broke the wind, slopes for where snow lingered longest. Knowledge was not stored in books or archives, but carried in habits, songs, routes, and decisions made every season. Civilization here did not rise upward into monuments. It spread outward across distance and time. That system endured because it worked. It demanded restraint, patience, and acceptance of uncertainty. It asked people to move rather than conquer, to adjust rather than dominate. But it offered something in return, a life shaped by direct relationship with the land. A sense of belonging that did not rely on ownership or permanence. Today, that system is dissolving, not through force, not through armies or erased histories, but through quieter pressures. Market economies that reward stillness, education systems that require permanence, borders that restrict movement, and a climate that no longer behaves as it once did. Settled life promises stability, medical care, wages, and predictability. Against those forces, tradition struggles to justify itself. The nomads who remain understand this better than anyone. There is no romantic illusion left. They know their lives are watched now, studied, photographed, documented as something vanishing. They know the skills they practice. Reading weather by cloud shape, managing herds without overgrazing, navigating without roads, are no longer necessary in a digital urban world. They continue anyway, not out of stubbornness, but out of commitment. Out of responsibility to ancestors who lived this way and to landscapes shaped by their presence. Many know their children will choose differently, and they do not blame them. Survival today demands education, income, connection to larger systems. Still, they hold the line for as long as they can, knowing that once broken, it cannot be restored. What disappears with them is not just a lifestyle, but a way of thinking. A worldview that placed humans inside nature rather than above it. A system that valued continuity over growth, balance over expansion, memory over novelty. When nomadic life ends, it does not end cleanly. It fragments, repackaged as tourism, cultural performances, heritage projects. Yurts become attractions. Herding becomes demonstration. Migration becomes story rather than necessity. What once sustained life becomes something observed from the outside. The mountains, however, remain unmoved by this transition. The Altai has seen empires rise and dissolve, trade routes open and close. Religions arrive and fade. Glaciers advance and retreat. Forests shift. Rivers change course. It does not mourn. It does not record loss. It continues according to forces far older and larger than human memory. Snow still falls where it always has. Wind still scours the passes. The peaks remain sacred, whether or not anyone remembers why. Yet something irreplaceable is still being lost. The relationship between people and these mountains, formed through dependence rather than admiration, is fading. Future visitors will stand in these valleys and feel awe, but not familiarity. They will see beauty, not obligation. They will pass through rather than belong. The Altai will become something to visit, not something that requires participation, discipline, and endurance. A destination, not a living system shared with those who know its dangers and its generosity equally well. This is the Altai now. An ancient crossroads growing quiet. A homeland slowly emptying. A place transitioning from lived space to photographed space. The cold persists, the storms persist. The silence deepens. What vanishes is the accumulated human understanding of how to exist here without reshaping it entirely. How to move lightly, take little, and remain the part of a cycle rather than its end point. The last nomads of the frozen mountains continued their seasonal movements, following paths older than written history, guided by instincts refined over centuries. Each migration, each winter survived, each herd maintained, carries the weight of an ending. When these rhythms finally stop, the land will not collapse, the mountains will not fall. But a long conversation between humans and landscape, one carried on through footsteps, camps, and quiet adaptation, will end. The mountains may not notice. They do not require witnesses. They existed before humans arrived and will persist long after they are gone. But humans, it seems, require places like the Altai. They remind us that there were ways of living built on humility rather than control, endurance rather than acceleration, belonging rather than ownership.